But as far as these bubbles go, I mean, I simply basically don't believe you. I don't think that you saw what you think you saw.
Now, if I present what I saw and it reflects what I described, what would you do then? Would you move the goalpost and refuse to process it?
I would need to find out the source of the video. I would need to know more.
Are you interested in evidence that might actually contradict what you think you know?
Sure.
I'll be back with bubbles in space for you. Not tonight, but yes.
Well, the supposition here is that, you know, it's very expensive to get people out into space and to film these videos of them walking around doing whatever they got to do, which is always outside of the ISS space station. So, in an attempt to cut budget, they film them in a swimming pool, in a simulation pool. So
that's not why they filmed them there. But they
do film them there.
They train there because it simulates the weightless environment to space.
Right, I understand, and they film it, and
sure,
one day
of course
they're looking at that footage and they're saying, hey, you know, we could pass this off as real space footage. Now there's no need to go to space.
Or someone who was seeking to confuse other people might try to pass off footage taken in the water as if it was taken in space.
Oh, I've got something
to add to someone, for instance, might lie and say this is outer space footage when in fact it's footage from the pool.
Now you're thinking. Now you're
thinking. Well, I was just about to say that's very interesting that you should say that, because if I was to try and pull some footage from the feed and turn it into space footage, I'd have one distinct problem, which is that all the footage from their training pool has got scuba divers surrounding all of the astronauts. So if you can find me some that I could doctor, then wonderful, but you won't. All of the footage that they present us from the deep submersion tanks, or whatever they call them, have the, whatever you want to call the handlers, the guys with flippers on, you know, with tanks that you can visibly see, helping and escorting all of the astronauts. So where's the footage without them? Where's the footage of them doing training akin to being in space, where they don't have somebody to assist them? Well, that doesn't exist. Well, I would speculate that's the actual footage we do get that presents us with space. But we're not doing that. NASA
so I have
doing
a problem. I have a problem with this whole line, though, is that you don't admit any evidence from NASA. As I understand it, most flat earthers will not admit any evidence from NASA. Is that correct?
Or any evidence?
Well,
like photographs of
the
Earth from satellites.
It goes on credibility. Once somebody loses credibility, you can't then say, well, I choose to accept what they say about the Van Allen belts, but they haven't been to the moon. Obviously.
Exactly. What photographs, Brenda? Because it turns out that they're actually composite, like they. It's like a. Sorry, go ahead.
Brenda, what were you saying?
Oh, therefore, I will not accept any evidence from you that is sourced from NASA.
All right. Well, so then it goes back to what I was saying. What you believe in. You know, if you believe these people, if you believe that they're telling the truth, that's fine. You can believe that. But there's a bunch of people over here who are saying, you know, this doesn't add up. And why, you know, NASA is the biggest PR agency ever to be a PR agency. That's what they're there for. They're there to sell us.
I suspect that there are Madison Avenue PR agencies that are much bigger than NASA.
They're not as good.
Anyway, my point is, if you will not accept satellite photographs of the Earth, footage from the ISS, or any kind of data or information from NASA that confirms the Earth, I will not therefore accept anything that you present that is from NASA either.
But we just said it's based on credibility, though. So no, I mean, if you can find something that okay, well, it doesn't matter if you care or not. It's based on credibility. So if somebody in a courtroom lies, the judge will throw out everything they say. It doesn't matter if a third person comes along and says, well, I'm going to present their evidence as you are doing, because you've just basically said, well, I want you to accept what I present from NASA. It's like, well, no, if I've discredited anything that they've done, everything gets thrown out, unfortunately, regardless of who presents it.
May I point something else?
That's exactly my point.
Brenda, can I point something out too as well? You say that there is evidence because there are photos of the Earth from space. If you have a look and you compare it from year to year, on some of what they claim to be photos from space, the continents are different sizes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there's little things I just, the little red flags, a lot of red flags, and that's one of them. Do you care to elaborate on that?
Yes, because Veritasium had a recent video on exactly this thing. When satellites are closer to the Earth, you don't see the entire, you don't see 50% of the Earth, because they're not actually that high in relation to the Earth. They're only 200-300 miles above the Earth. So because they are closer, the continents appear larger.
No, but if you put the pictures side by side, the ball
you're not
is actually
seeing you're not seeing the entire the entire hemisphere of the Earth.
No, but I'm talking about globes that side by side they look like a globe, so you can actually see them as a ball side by side, the same to scale, what it looks like to scale. Yet the continents are very different. Here we go.
That's because the camera was closer.
You see on the screen here?
Yes.
Different focal lengths. I mean, unfortunately, I hate to do this to you, Helena, but she's right. Essentially, she's absolutely right. It's just different focal lengths. They have an explanation for this, but it's back to the courtroom setting. If you've got two lawyers, one is ultimately defending truth, and one is not, but they both present cases, and in many instances, they'll both present compelling cases. And in some instances, one lawyer will present a mountain of evidence that suggests they're right and still lose. And that's the circumstances we have here. We have a situation where, in my opinion, the preponderance of evidence is for the globe. But like in the courtroom setting, when you actually go through the evidence and scrutinize it through yourself, in other words, you be your own judge, that's the point that you can make the assessment and decide whether or not you accept that explanation. And with all of these things, like any of these circular argument debates that we get into, there's always going to be a fairly reasonable explanation coming from the heliocentric side. In most cases, it's more reasonable than what the flat earthers put forward, because they will only put forward conjecture, because they don't have any real answers. But ultimately, at the end, you have to sit down and look at the evidence, like what's on screen now, and say, do I accept that explanation? Do I accept that these bloody paintings are different focal length photographs? Well, no, I don't. That's not to say that I'm going to try and convince you to. That's more power to you. You want to accept their story. Good for you.
Do you know that these are paintings and not photographs?
That's just how I'm phrasing them, being facetious.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So can you tell us where the photographs are?
In relation to the outer sphere, to the perimeter of this ball here, if North America is this big and this big, you can't have it that way. Then if it's this big, this ball should be a lot bigger. I mean, it shouldn't be so close to the edges.
Wrong. That's incorrect. No, sorry. I've seen it demonstrated on actual globes with a camera. That's wrong. Sorry, you can achieve the exact same result. If it was a physical ball with continents of those landmasses, you could take photographs here at different focal lengths and achieve the same effect. I'm sorry.
So what are we looking at then?
Saying?
Look up Veritasium's one of his more recent videos on can you see the whole globe?
There you go. There's a picture of it right in the center. Scroll back down. You had it. There's a picture right in the middle. There you go. 3 globes next to each other. Now, I would argue that it distorts the sphere itself. It physically distorts the shape of the sphere if you were to actually analyze it a bit more accurately. You've got distortions to the sphere. The circle, I'm going to correct what I just said, although you are actually looking at a sphere in photograph. There you go. That's the end of that conversation.
Yeah, no.
That's focal length is what we're seeing there.
No, but hold on, look at the equator here. So look at this line around the middle of the ball. Okay, is that supposed to represent the equator? See the line in the middle there,
I believe so.
right?
You mean on,
Okay.
you mean on the
So if
physical globes?
Yeah, this line right here.
see where haunted
Yeah.
house has got
Over
the
here, it's all the way
yeah.
down here.
Yeah, that's the equator.
So let's follow that. So okay, so the two on the right, if I was to look, yes, that's interesting. Hey, look at that. So it looks like the same distance to the equator on the right. Okay, and the one on the left. Do you see what I mean? Haunted house. Like, if you were to go to the tip of, is that supposed to be? Is that South America down there? What am I looking at? What continent is this one?
That's
Well,
South
there's
America.
Africa.
That's South
South
America,
America.
yes.
Okay, so South America on each of the globe, if you were to try to look at the bottom of South America to the equator on each globe, you'll see that, yeah, it looks like the distance is about the same.
Right. So you read the caption, right? The photos were taken at different distances.
Okay, that's interesting.
I don't know.
And the reason that the photographs that you showed before, where the continent of North America seemed larger.
Sorry, did you say photographs? Just to get this clear, because you pulled me up on it when I said paintings.
Well, I assume they're photographs.
Oh, right. Just to be clear.
Until proven otherwise, the reason that North America appears larger is because the satellite that took the picture is closer to the Earth.
But if it's closer, then how did it get the full entire? How did it get the whole sphere?
It didn't.
Shouldn't it be cropped?
It didn't. It is cropped by the horizon.
I mean, there's an easy answer to this. You falsify it or you verify it. In other words, you just go up and check for yourself. But we can't do.
Imagine.
Yeah.
And
Imagine.
That is true.
Imagine a point above a sphere, and imagine that this is like a camera.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't like doing this, imagining this shit. No, I don't want to imagine it. They're presenting us with what is claimed to be, and you've just said it, a photograph. Well, okay, that should be for them. Game over. Why the hell isn't it? Why are we having to imagine anything? Why are we having to take it on faith? Why do I have to believe
You don't have
them?
to.
Well, no, I don't. I'm not. You are, though. You've got a faith in this crap.
No, I don't have faith. I have knowledge.
Well, you've just said, I assume it's a photograph. Well, if you're assuming it's a photograph, then you're just believing when someone tells you that it's a photograph because they've told you it's so. You haven't taken it.
No, I'm not.
That's exactly what you're doing. How can you possibly deny that? Have you taken this picture?
No.
Right, so you take it on faith that it is a picture.
It's not faith.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's a faith. It's a belief. You believe them when they tell you it's a picture. Why won't you accept that it's... That's exactly what it is. It's a faith.
Perhaps I'm using a different definition of faith. For me,
you can't verify or falsify it. You've got to believe it.
For me, faith means belief without evidence. And so I have belief, but I have good evidence. I have good reasons to believe. All knowledge is belief.
Yeah, and at the end you have to make a
so you're saying, so
faith is belief without evidence. Knowledge is belief that is true. Based on evidence.
Faith is confidence or trust in something.
I'm not using it that way. In that way.
Well, you can only use it the way that it's supposed to be used.
In the way, well, it has two different meanings. They're kind of different, and people use
one has to do with the spiritual side.
Right. So if you're saying as far as trust goes, trust based on good reasons,
you're mixing.
Then I would say that I have faith.
You're mixing the spiritual part of the definition, which is to believe in the doctrines of a religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof.
Right.
That's dealing with God, and but it's not really the same thing. Anyway,
so
you're taking their word for it. You're taking their word for it.
Yes, to avoid that confusion between faith as being just trust and faith as blind belief, I prefer not to use the word faith when discussing these things because it just leads to confusion. So I would say that I have trust, and I think that I have good reasons to extend my trust to institutions like NASA or other institutions because I think they're trustworthy.
Okay, can I add something there? So we're back to the courtroom setting where you're saying you trust the evidence that they present. Well, in a courtroom setting, and IPS has already called you on this, you have two people presenting compelling stories, both determined that they are correct. And you're saying, well, no, I just take this one side and say I take on trust that what they're telling me is correct. And I'm saying, no, you don't need to take it on trust. You need to exercise judgment and look at both sides of the story. Now, if you've done that and you say, well, I still think it's a globe, then that's perfectly acceptable. You're entitled to your own judgment. But that's not what you're doing. You're taking the word of an authority and just trusting it.
No. No,
you can't, we've already confirmed you can't verify this stuff. So there is nowhere beyond that. You can't verify it.
But
you know, you can take the evidence and weigh it. That's what you've just said. But you're taking.
No.
Okay. Sorry, I'm interrupting now. Sorry.
For one thing, science is not a courtroom. In science, we determine the truth of our beliefs by reason and logic, and it is on the basis of reason and logic that I accept the truth. The truth claims that the Earth is round, and I reject the flat Earth claim because it is can be conclusively shown to be false, logically and rationally.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
and I've already shown that the Earth cannot. So the way science works is it.
But you haven't really done a good job of it.
It disproves a theory rather than proves it. Right.
So
a good theory is one that can survive repeated attempts to prove that it's false.
Yes, like the flat Earth thing. Hold on, let me just say this. Like, can I just say this? Like, people thought for thousands of years the Earth was flat, and what you're saying, and I'll use this as an example. Someone came along, was it Copernicus? You got your Newtons and all those gentlemen that showed that a different type of physics. So it was provable up until it's debunked. It's no longer provable, right? That's why we thought it was flat for so long, and then it was a globe, but became a globe 500 years ago.
That's not actually true. People have known that the Earth is round for 2,600 years. Educated people, at least, maybe not uneducated ones. Copernicus and the people who didn't believe in him all believed that the Earth is round. It's a sphere. It's a ball. They all knew that. Nobody.
How do you know that?
That's two conflicting statements. That's two conflicting statements. Sorry to interrupt. You've just said they know and they believe. So which is it? 2,000 years ago, did they know? Because that's physically impossible. They only went up and took a photograph.
And I want to know if there's any literature that supports what you just said, Brenda. Is there any? Is there any literature in the history books or anywhere that you can direct me where I can go look and see that 2,600 years ago people did believe that they were on a ball?
Well, it was educated people at that time. Obviously, uneducated people were illiterate.
My question, yes, sir, but my question is there any literature that proves what you just said? Can I go read it in a history book somewhere?
I'm sure you can read about how
that's not going to be accurate, but yeah, go ahead.
I can't pronounce his name. He was a Greek scientist, Eratosthenes, who demonstrated that the Earth is round and calculated the size of the Earth to within he made a pretty good calculation based on his experiments. And
in what year?
they,
What epoch are we talking?
um,
In what epoch?
Well, it
BC,
really doesn't matter,
BC.
because so you can it's information that can be denied, or it's information that can be supported. So when it's something that can go both ways, it kind of has to be thrown out.
Well, it actually can't be denied, not
Well,
logically.
But it can go both ways. I
No,
mean,
it
that's
can't.
hold on. So this is like the oldest flat Earth argument ever.
Of
You
course.
can do the maths either way. You can do it with a
No, you
sphere, or you
can't.
can do it with a flat plane. Oh, so
No,
those
you
sticks and
can't.
shadows, they only work on a globe, do they?
Right.
Oh, okay, fine.
They work on a globe. Yes, you're correct. Right.
And they don't work on a flat plane with a close sun.
That is correct.
Right.
That is correct. They do not work on a flat plane.
With a close sun. It's not been physically demonstrated with light bulbs and sticks millions of times on YouTube. No, okay, that's just something that doesn't happen.
That's because those are misrepresenting the facts.
So it does work, but it's a misrepresentation. So when the facts are represented in the globe model, they're absolutely correct. But when we represent them, they're a misrepresentation of the facts. But it does work on a flat plane. What you've just said was inaccurate.
Because you're
lying. Oh, hold on.
Because you
now
lie.
you're accusing me of lying. I love this.
Yes.
I've just absolutely disagreed with you and stated something that's just not conjecture, fact. People have taken bulbs on flat planes with sticks and showed the exact same thing. So
no, they haven't.
Hold on. They've shown the stick. Oh, God.
No, they haven't.
Right, you're just being a denier. Literally,
no, I'm not.
You're just denying. Okay,
I can explain.
Okay, fine.
I can explain.
Well, you've just said it doesn't work on both. I've said, well, yeah, it does.
It doesn't.
Very simplistically, you can stick two sticks
not
in
only
the ground,
does it not
move a light above them, and they do the same thing.
It is impossible for it to work on a flat plane.
Statements. I love these sort of
statements. Yes, it is.
It's impossible.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Why is it impossible?
Educate me. Educate me.
Because the rays from the sun are parallel. When the source of light is close to an object, the rays are not parallel. Therefore, videos purporting to demonstrate an inequality between a light source close to an object with non-parallel light rays is what I would call a lie, because it misrepresents the facts. The fact is that the rays of light coming from the sun are parallel.
I mean, I hate
using
this argument.
Given that fact,
because specular rays, they don't look parallel. I already know the globe argument. I can't believe I'm engaging in this circular argument with you.
Exactly.
Yes, I understand
Corpuscular
both
rays.
sides, but would you agree at this point, though, that what we now have? You said, hold on. You said we're not in a courtroom, but you've presented a little pile of evidence, and I've presented a little pile of evidence.
Exactly.
So
what was your evidence?
So you say, oh, we're not in a courtroom. We just have to take the word of these people. I trust them. So
what was your evidence? What was your evidence? What was your evidence again?
Well, you made a statement of fact that it couldn't be represented on a flat plane.
That's correct.
Yeah, it can. We've just established
No,
this.
it can't. You have to reproduce the exact same conditions.
Oh,
if
right.
You alter,
so you can
the conditions. If you alter the conditions, then that is what I would say is misrepresenting the facts.
Well, hold on. What we observe is a flat plane, and those were where he stuck his sticks in. Then the conclusion was that it's a globe. Well, you're saying you're misrepresenting the facts. He physically stuck the sticks into a flat plane. That's what we all observe. That's an absolute categorical fact.
You're forgetting the part where when you have, if you use a light that is too close, then the rays, the rays coming from that light will not be parallel. Therefore, and the situation in reality is that the rays of light from the sun are parallel, and therefore all such videos that purport to show some equivalence between those two are misrepresenting the facts, what I would call a lie.
What part of the sun's light is parallel? The inner part?
The rays coming from the sun are parallel.
All of them?
Yes.
Even the ones on the outer edge?
What do you mean from the outer edge? All of the rays coming from the sun are parallel.
Okay, so when the light lights up the particles in the air, and they show us lines that aren't parallel, because they meet at the sun, those are still parallel?
Well, because the sun is 93 million miles away, the difference, the angular,
Let's get a presupposition in. Just let us spit it out.
Because the sun is 93 million miles away, the angular difference between the one side of the disk to the other side is so small that it is, you can't measure it, and it's not going to show up in sticks or towers or wells.
And how do I verify that?
How do you verify what?
What you just said about the sun.
That that it's 93 million miles away,
Yeah,
or that the rays are parallel.
Let's start there. How do I verify that it's 93 million miles away?
Through triangulation, the way you measure any kind of distance.
Oh, right. So again, can I triangulate it on a flat plane?
If the Earth is flat and the sun is above the plane of the Earth, then you should be able to measure its distance by triangulation.
Right. So yes, I can triangulate.
You can measure the distance to the moon by triangulation.
Right.
You could do that. You could do that tonight.
On both based on the presupposition, you've just used the presupposition that we're on a globe. So if I was to use the presupposition that we're on a flat plane, I could measure the sun in the same way, and would it come out with the same exact 93 million miles that you've just proposed it is?
I suppose you should conduct the experiment. You could.
It's been done plenty of times. This is a really old argument. I mean.
Really?
Yeah. You can triangulate it on a flat plane. Just ignore the spherical part of the trigonometry. Simple.
You just ignore the trigonometry?
Well, no, the presuppositional part that says you're on a globe.
Right.
And then you observe what you see in your own reality, which is the flat plane that you're on.
Have you measured
and then you measure it, and the sun comes out at not 93 million miles.
The way Nathan puts it.
Have you measured the distance to the moon?
Oh, we're on to a different subject. I thought this was your point. I'm dissecting up your point and the presuppositional parts of your argument, but we're now onto the moon. Okay, fine.
Well, that's the same. It's the same topic, which is measuring the distance to celestial objects.
Yeah, and like I tried this earlier, but you said that you wouldn't have it. You just denied it. I'm saying you can do it both ways. You can do it based on a flat plane, which is what we all observe, or you can insert this presupposition that we're on a globe and then make the measurement. And based on that, it comes out at 93 million miles. Well, I can just remove that presupposition, and it's not 93 million miles anymore.
I don't believe you.
You don't have to.
I know. I know I don't. I don't think.
Back to this belief thing.
You haven't.
You don't put your belief in me. You don't need to
Bully.
Right.
I don't request it. You don't need to believe me. You don't need to believe NASA. You don't need to believe anybody. It's back to this belief crap.
Again,
you have faith.
No,
Have
again,
faith.
knowledge.
Baby.
Knowledge is a type of belief. So I weight my beliefs as far as things to which I have very high confidence to those which I have very low confidence.
Right, and
I
then
have very low confidence in the ability of some YouTuber to correctly measure the distance to the sun.
Fair enough. I mean, you've ignored the stuff about bubbles in space as well. Stuff you don't like.
I didn't ignore it. I simply don't believe it until I have further evidence.
Well, fair enough. I mean, we haven't ignored it, and we've gone, we can chuck all of that crap out. They've lost all credibility.
So I think what we've learned here is there's a point where you start to disbelieve, and there's a point where another person starts to disbelieve. We start to scrutinize when we see things that a unreputable agency, disreputable or unreputable? One of those words.
Unreputable.
I don't know that unreputable is a.
Well, they lied about the moon landing. They lied about
they didn't. No, they didn't.
So you think that thing sprung off the moon? It sprung off the moon, and they were just filming it. Somebody else was filming it.
We have extensive documentation of us being on the moon. We can see the landing site now with telescopes from Earth. We can see, there's a reflector that they left there, and high school students can bounce a laser off of that reflector and calculate the distance to the moon. High school students. High school
bouncing off
high school
reflectors.
students. Yes, they
But
left a reflector.
Where does it bounce off to? And
They
where
were measuring distance to the moon before they had reflectors there. It's just part of the bullshit narrative.
Yeah, they left reflectors on a reflector on the moon. And so you can take a laser, a powerful one, and aim it and have it reflected back and use that to measure the distance to the moon. There's other ways to do it too.
Yeah, Brian Cox uses that as actual proof that they went to the moon. Same as you've
well,
just
how did the reflector get there? How did it get there?
I'd need to actually go and see it. It'd be nice if we could go and verify this stuff, but we can't.
Who told you there are reflectors on?
I think.
Who told you that?
Somebody she has faith in.
Like who told you that? Did someone just say, you know, hey, by the way, there's reflectors on the moon?
I watched.
Not bad for something that's 384, like 85,000 kilometers away.
230,000 miles away.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Why is it ridiculous?
240,000 miles away.
And you can reflect a laser off a mirror.
You're gonna hit.
Yes.
You're gonna hit the face of a reflector, whatever this thing looks like.
Yes.
And bounce it off to where? What is it going to look like?
Bounce back to you.
Right? Do you know what the spread would be by the time it got to anywhere?
Yes, it would be quite large.
This is totally unverifiable.
No, it's not.
I've never, ever.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I've heard
You've been
about
to the moon and you have physically checked that they've got one of these reflectors there, have you?
Come on.
Well, then how do you explain the reflection?
What about the reflectors on Mars?
I haven't seen evidence.
Avoid my question. Just to answer a simple yes or no. Have you been and checked that they are there? Yes.
No, I have not been to the moon.
So you've not verified that that's what's happening.
And how is it oriented?
Yes, I have.
No,
yes, I have verified.
Oh, right. So you have been to the moon and you have checked that there are reflectors there.
No, I have not.
So you have not verified it.
Yes, I have verified.
Oh, right. Let's hear it. This is going to be wonderful.
So you have a laser that can hit the moon?
No.
And bounce off?
The fact that high school students can do this experiment all across the United States. They do.
You're talking about the high school students that have been told how to do this experiment.
They do it in high school. They do it in high school.
It must be true.
Then why can't you bounce? Where do I have to be standing to find this mirror? Where do I have to be? Like, can you give me some details so maybe we could try it? So, where do we have to be standing on the globe, on the plane, to aim? Does it have to be a full moon? Like, well, can you give us details as to how to do it?
The reflector thing is ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous?
Because it's ludicrous.
Well, I can
explain. You can't answer my question, and I think it's a valid question.
It is a valid question.
Well, I'm getting peppered with questions.
I mean, the question she's asking is how do high school students do it? And based on what I've seen from Brian Cox going to an observatory in the States that fires an enormous, very powerful laser at these reflectors, bombards them, and they receive 1 or 2 photons back, you know, to measure its distance. That's what they're doing. And that's hugely expensive equipment. It's manned by someone permanently, this observatory. And like I say, they're getting 1 or 2 return signals. Now, by that, what I actually mean is she presses a button on her keyboard, waits a few seconds, and then says, look, there, my screen says I've received 1 back. And this is the distance. So for you to
how do you explain,
So for you to propose that high school students are doing this is utter horseshit.
So how do you explain that?
Brenda, can I just
how do I explain that when she presses a keyboard with Brian Cox there with a camera crew and tells him what's happening, and then the keyboard, the screen the keyboard's attached to gives her a number, you think that that's a reasonable explanation? She's not looking through a lens.
Yeah, it is.
She's not.
Of course not.
Right. So the computer says so. We have the computer said so. Okay,
Yeah.
the computer says so.
That's
Fine.
very
Astronomers-
different
That's
to
good enough
pointing a
explanation.
laser
That's good enough
at-
for me.
Astronomers don't
Mm.
look through lenses anymore. They have they have CCD devices. You know, it's all computerized. It's been computerized for a long time.
And that's not open to deception or forgery or fakery or anything like that. That's
Mhm.
perfectly and totally sound, correct? You can't interfere with
Yes,
that in any
that's
way.
correct.
Yeah,
That's-
okay,
that's
fine.
correct.
You see, ma'am, in that case, everything I read on Google, on my computer, is all true. Because
It's
no
all
one can
true,
interfere with it.
Nathan.
It's all
No,
true, every word
here's-
of it. No one can interfere with anything on my computer.
Denialism is simply not
Denial. You
that's
just
what you're
denied
doing.
that-
You're
you just
simply
denied-
denying. You're simply denying that telescopes work.
No, I'm saying you can't verify that any of those experiments are bouncing anything off something on the moon unless you go and check it's actually there. You're saying no. Because
No.
they conduct the test, that proves this.
Hold on.
That's
Hold on.
nonsense.
And can I please just say something? Hold on a second. Not only do we have to go to the moon to just check that this reflective item is on there, I want to know how you're saying it's really easy and students around the US do it. If you're saying if you're claiming it's so easy, can you please give an example why it's easy? Otherwise, you're just making a very broad statement and can't back it up.
And keep in mind, we're spinning at 1,034 miles an hour, depending on where you are. And the moon is spinning.
Yeah.
And we're flying through space.
Yeah.
Oh, that too.
Do you have problems with that?
Well, yeah, a little bit.
Why?
Because there's no
Why?
reason to believe any of that movement.
Why?
Why do I have no reason?
Well, why do you think you're
Prove
not?
the negative.
You know, when you fly in an airplane, do you have to run at say 600 miles an hour? Do you have to run 601 miles an hour to get to the bathroom?
No, but you can feel
No.
like you're
But-
on a plane. You can feel it.
No.
People use the same
Not a good comparison.
I've
People
been in
use the same
planes.
atmospheric. Hold on. People use the same atmospheric argument that it's all moving together. Because
Yeah.
is that what you're talking about, Brenda? Okay, but if I'm on a train, I can feel I'm on a train.
Yeah, you just have to
You
If
open the
I'm in a
window.
car, I can
You can feel you're
I'm
on
in
a
car.
train because of bumps. You can feel you're on a train because of bumps in the track. You can feel you're on a plane because it vibrates a little bit and stuff
But why
like
do
that.
you need to support those
Yeah.
arguments, though? Why do you need to support those arguments? I mean, don't
don't
you
know.
yourself have the question like, well, hey, why would you think that you're moving? Why would you think it? Forget about everything you've been taught.
Because when
So
you're
that-
moving at a constant rate of speed, you can't tell how fast you're going.
I'm not talking about this sensation of movement. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you standing somewhere and saying, it feels like we're moving. Why would anyone have the need to believe that?
Because the sun.
Think about
Sun
it.
and moon. Sun and moon. Things in the sky that we have no way of going to or checking what they are. Those are the reasons. So we move because of the observation that the sun moves above us. Based on
And those
us
things-
being
it's
at the center, we are the one turning. The sun is actually fixed in its location relative to us. And we
Yes.
turn, the sun moves.
Right.
That's why they assume. But
The
it's,
stars
you know,
turn.
So, but then
Yes.
as you extrapolate out this argument, and we've kind of got there already, which is that are we in an open or a closed? Based on the what you put forward, you're saying, well, if you're on an airplane, you don't need to run 601 miles an hour to know that you're doing 600 miles an hour because you are in a closed system. The Earth a closed system?
Effectively, yes.
So there's something, a barrier.
Yes,
Up there?
it's called gravity.
Oh, that's not a barrier.
Gravity
No.
barrier.
No,
Sure it
it's-
is.
That's not actually. No, it's a force.
I invite you to jump up into orbit.
Hold on, you just said it is a barrier. So let's hear your explanation for how gravity is a barrier.
It holds everything close to the surface of the Earth.
Sorry,
The
maybe you don't
atmosphere-
understand the word barrier. Holding something close to something and being a barrier are two very different things. So I'd like to hear you explain a barrier to me, please.
It prevents you from leaving the surface of the Earth.
Not right. Okay, it prevents us from leaving the surface of the Earth.
Right.
So no one's been to the moon then.
Oh yeah, well of course we've been to the moon.
Oh, sorry. So let's just ignore that
See,
line
I
of detail.
don't-
Again,
Because-
sorry, just to be clear, I'd like you to explain what a barrier is.
A barrier is something that prevents that is an obstacle towards you moving to another place.
Sorry, I thought we just covered this. So we
And
have
so
a
the
barrier
obstacle,
stopping us going to the moon? Answer.
the
No.
obstacle, the obstacle.
Oh, a barrier is an obstacle.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
it
I
is.
don't think you understand what the word barrier means.
I do.
It's an obstacle, is it?
Yes,
A barrier is an obstacle.
yes.
So how did we get to the moon, Brenda?
No, because it's an obstacle. It's just something you need to climb over, like a wall.
Oh,
We
I
got
see.
to the moon.
Just a wall you need to climb over.
Yes,
Something that prevents you from
like
getting
a
out.
well.
It's not something that's between one thing and another thing.
You could imagine it
You
as
already summed it. Hold on. The thing that grates my gears is that
You
you categorically said the right explanation
Right.
first, and then as soon as I brought up the moon, you've redefined it.
No, I
it's just
haven't.
An obstacle. You have.
it's
You
an
blatantly have.
obstacle.
This is comical.
A
I love
barrier
this.
is an
This
obstacle.
So funny.
It's like as if you lived you were at the bottom of a well, and in order to get out, the sides of the well would form a barrier from your attempts to get out, unless you could use enough force to go over the walls of the well and escape the barrier called gravity. In order to do that, you need enough force to get enough kinetic energy to overcome the force of gravity, which is the barrier. But otherwise, we live at the bottom of a gravity well.
I'll hand it to you. That is a good explanation.
Yes.
Yeah, she did well.
Hi, baby. Nathan. Hello, baby. So kinetic force, huh? Well, they must have some pretty good technology back in the 60s that they can't replicate now. What's that all about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, landing on the moon in the 60s.
Yeah, I watched it on TV.
Oh, you watched it on TV.
Yes.
Oh, don't get us started. Don't get us started about TV, Brenda. Like,
But I watched
seriously.
it on TV.
Like same as
Yeah, you watched
computers,
it on TV.
absolutely accurate. Nothing about TV that
what,
can be presented
yes.
inaccurately. Like computers, no way they can present anything that's false. Just absolutely 100% correct. If it's been
What
something
evidence do you have that the video was faked?
Oh, I believe it. Like I believe that there's Godzilla and all sorts of other monsters that fly around because I've seen them on TV.
Well, I've seen Godzilla, and he's pretty obviously faked. So, what evidence do you have?
I've seen the moon landings.
that-
They're pretty
that-
obviously fake. The moon landings, pretty obviously faked. I can
No,
just make
they're
the
not.
same. No, Godzilla's real.
Oh,
Godzilla is real.
yeah, see, now you've lost me, Brenda. As soon as you said you saw it on TV, and that's how you
Yes.
knew it was. See,
seen
you've
Godzilla.
completely.
Well, I think it's very strong. I think it's very strong evidence that we did in fact go to the moon.
I've got very
I
strong
saw
evidence for
Armstrong.
Godzilla. I've got exact same strong evidence for Godzilla.
Well, even when I was a child, I did not think that Godzilla was real.
All right. Even when I was a child, I didn't think we could go to the moon. So yeah, let's see if we can just carry on this circle for ages while I say that Godzilla is real and you say the moon landings are real.
It's definitely spinning around.
I don't think that they're the same things.
I think they're exactly the same thing. You've seen them on TV. I've seen them on TV. So if you can let's say you could maybe do something further to that, like go or verify it. Those things would be really handy in this situation. Unfortunately, we don't have those things. You don't have them and I don't have them.
What things don't we have?
Verification.
Well, I think that the video is.
I think that Godzilla looks really realistic. We can do this all day.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. This could just go around in circles forever. And
well,
Brenda, if it really did happen, I don't think all these people would have, and myself included, would have so many questions. Think of chemtrails. If it was something that was good for us, I think we'd all have an explanation. We would know what airplanes are doing up there, spraying.
It's called, they're called condensation trails. It's condensation.
Oh, that's what it is?
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I thought they were chemtrails, so they're not doing
No,
anything?
that's correct.
There's nothing, doesn't hurt?
No, that's correct.
So
They're condensation trails.
oh,
But we
all
don't know
All
that.
well,
I mean,
then
I'm willing
Because
to,
forget
the
that.
willing to say I don't know.
the exhaust from a jet is water vapor,
Mhm.
and at high altitudes it condenses and forms
You know,
droplets.
okay.
clouds.
Okay,
I'm gonna-
but
I'm
what
gonna
if
mute
I,
up, I'll be
what if I say that you're wrong?
I would say you're
I'm
full of
wrong?
crap. I would
She
say
might
you're
be
full of
right.
crap.
What if I said you're
She
full
might be,
of
that
crap?
might be the case.
Well,
Jonathan, that might be
whatever.
true. That might very well be the case.
You don't have
So-
any evidence. You don't have any evidence for your
Well,
case.
when I see one airplane leave condensation trail and
Yeah.
another one doesn't, it leads me to believe that one of them isn't a condensation trail. One of them is something coming out of the airplane, being shot out of the airplane, not from its,
You mean
not from the engines,
from the engines? You mean?
not from the engines, from pipes, from outlets mounted on the airplane,
Sorry.
So you mean like
from
weather modification?
from spots where
There are in fact companies that do weather modification. Is that what you're talking? They spray, I think it's silver nitrate or something.
right,
And it's cloud seeding. That's been done for a
yeah,
long time.
God knows what else. Yeah, I know it's been done since the 40s.
But that's not what we're talking about.
No,
Right.
No.
So different weather conditions can result in difference in no contrails. It depends on the weather conditions.
So
Sorry to keep
what I was
interrupting here,
talking-
Jonathan. I know you've got a really good point you're trying to make, but we've reached the point where it's clear that Brenda accepts whatever the mainstream narrative is in regards to things. Because as far as your explanation, Brenda, it might be very much correct. I've no idea, but I'm happy to say that. I'm happy to say I don't know. It could be that they are condensation trails, but I don't
Yeah.
know.
I
don't
do.
know.
I do.
That's my issue.
Yes,
So because
I
you've
do
been
know.
told this again, it's back to faith. You've been told
No, it's not faith.
So you've gone up
It's
onto the plane.
it's a justified true
Yeah, back to
belief or knowledge.
Right, belief.
Yes.
It's a belief.
There is
You believe
well,
it
all
to be
knowledge-
true. You believe it.
yes, all
Right.
knowledge is belief.
No, things can be verified. You can actually get
No, you
verification
can't
of that.
actually. You can't actually verify anything. You can only falsify. That's how science works. Science works by falsifying theories. You cannot verify theories.
Perfect. So how do you falsify the
By showing
reflectors being on the moon? How do you falsify that?
you would do that by shining a laser on the moon and not getting a reflection back.
You don't think there's a simpler way? I just going and physically looking at them, touching them, checking that they're
Well,
there.
yeah,
Wouldn't that
if
be
you
the
could
most
do it.
simple way?
That would be a simpler way. Yes, you
Right,
go
but
ahead.
this-
Go ahead.
but
You're
this-
welcome to go up there and look.
Precisely. We can't verify it. We can't falsify it. We can't check. That's the point. At that stage, that's where we go, we can't
Well,
accept this.
you
We
seem to
can't
be of the
accept this.
well,
Yeah,
my
you could
point from
falsify
before.
other ways.
My point from before was there are things in life that we can explain and there's no questions about it. There's just, it's plain and simple. That's what it is. If chemtrails were something that were good for us, we would all have an explanation for them. And we'd say, hey, look, they're up there spraying things in my sky that I didn't approve of. And I'd say, fine, I know what they're doing. Everyone knows. It's common knowledge, but it's not common knowledge. It's a mystery.
It's not a
And just
mystery
like-
to me.
Doesn't matter. I'm not talking about an individual person. I'm not talking about you. When I say that, that's not what I'm referring to.
Most people
You know that, but you know that. But you know that. But you know that. You knew that that's not what I was talking about. The other thing is moon landings. we would know. It wouldn't be questionable. It wouldn't look so.
Sure, it would. People
wouldn't look so
disbelieve
fake.
everything.
It
People
wouldn't look so
disbelieve
bad. I mean,
everything.
what's that?
You can always find somebody who will disbelieve anything. The fact that people don't believe in the moon landing doesn't show that it didn't happen.
Because you gotta have.
But you're free to believe it. You're free to believe that what you saw on TV was real. And the other people will be over here questioning it, saying, hey, you know, this government organization is purporting that they landed on that object up there and have never gone back. And this is the video footage that they're showing us. This is the footage that I'm supposed to believe, and it's see-through. You know, I believe you're being contrary. You're being contrary because you know that 5 people on this Hangout are going to argue with you. So you're going to play against what we're saying on purpose.
No, that's not true.
You know,
I'm being completely honest with you. No, that's not true. I'm completely honest and completely open with you. I saw.
How does it land? I saw Armstrong. Here's the one that's going to kill your argument. How does it spring off that thing? The whatever it is, the lunar module. How does it like blow out sparks and shoot up into the air?
Because the gravity on the moon is 1/6 that of the Earth.
Likely story. Do that.
No, that's not a story. That's a fact.
There's an answer for everything.
Well, of course there is.
So can you take something that's 6 times less the weight of that and do the same thing here and have it float off into space?
No, because the gravity of the Earth is stronger than it is on the moon. So it wouldn't be the same.
So how do you know
falsifying gravity is very, very difficult? How do we then falsify gravity?
How do you know the gravity on the moon though?
Because we know the mass. Because we know the mass of the moon. We know the mass of the Earth.
So when you watched that and you said, "Wow,"
you can weigh the Earth.
It's an extrapolation based on the mathematics given by the
can weigh the Earth.
Yeah, using Cavendish and the maths that he gave us, right?
Not using Cavendish.
So
he's the originator of that. He's the originator of weighing the Earth, though, is he not?
So why do we find you in these circles online? What is it you're here for?
Because this is really interesting to me, and it's very helpful to me to organize and to argue for what I know in a clear and logical manner without people getting emotionally upset. This is actually one of the best flat Earth conversations I've had, because typically the other side gets extremely emotional and usually kicks me by now.
Really?
But this time, yes.
But you've been really polite. You've been more. I was going to apologize to you because I would say that I've been slightly intolerable, at the very least. So,
yeah,
man, you would have got kicked.
I've been
outrageous.
So this helps me. It's something where I feel competent, where I feel like I have a certain degree of, I wouldn't say mastery, but I would say ability in explaining things. And so that helps me to feel better about myself. And so it helps my general mood overall. So I guess that's why I do it. I enjoy it. This is not the only venue I do. I talk with people other than you guys.
That was my next question. Like, how do you find yourself in this venue, in this topic?
Well, there's other people I talk to, and typically in this other place, it's with avowed white supremacists and outright Nazis who are arguing that for their race realism belief, and I try to argue against them, and that's much more difficult because I don't know that subject as well.
Wow, because that was going to be.
And there's other people.
My opening gambit to you, Brenda, was going to be to try and bring the subject off flat Earth and actually find out what other subjects you're interested in. In other words, find out where we agree rather than argue.
Yeah, the race realism one is a little bit more difficult because it involves things that I just am not as familiar with. But it is so. Also, when I'm in those discussions, they call me every name in the book that you can think of. They call me faggot. They call me tranny. They call me a man. They talk about my sex organs and stuff like that as ways of trying to distract me. And so this is good practice for me in that other way, as so I can sort of keep steady, keep focused, and not get hijacked emotionally.
That's good.
So that's
that
helpful
actually
to me.
means that you're not. Yeah, it's definitely learning not to be emotionally triggered is
Yes.
definitely something we talk about a lot. And you might have had your cross to bear, but I can assure you, we all have in our own way.
I'm sure you do,
Brenda.
and
No, but I'm not comparing. It's
Right.
not a competition. But
Right,
I just wanted
right.
to say, you mentioned you don't like to be referred to as a he. So
Right.
I've been referring to you as he in the chat room. I don't understand the politics and the decorum behind this. So what can I
Okay.
say? What can't I say? What you know?
You're a post-op. You're
I'm
post-op male, correct?
I'm
So you're
male to
female.
female transsexual. I transitioned in 1993. That was a long time ago. I understand that my voice is not entirely feminine. There's not much I can do about that. There is a surgery where they cut open your throat and they take a razor blade and shave your vocal cords. I am not interested in that procedure, because if they get it wrong, you can't talk anymore. I'm not willing to take that.
Can I ask you a question, Brenda?
I can talk about this more openly if you want. Yeah.
Oh, really? Cool.
And I
this
just
is,
want to
this is
say,
far more interesting because you've actually got good information on it.
I just want to say, we're all just people here, and
Sure.
we argue about this stuff, but we're just people here, and I'm just I'm just a person. I'm sitting here in my tiny little apartment. I should have gone to bed 5 hours ago, but nevertheless, here we are.
Well, Brenda, may I ask, what is it that you find about? Do you know much about the divine feminine, the divine masculine? Is that something that you're familiar with, or
I've heard about those terms, but I'm an atheist.
Okay, so there's being a woman.
That's the worst.
Just keep on adding them to you, don't I? I just keep on bringing it, don't I?
Yeah, you took every anti-box for me, but anyway, I won't speak for anyone else. Just feeling like you are a woman, so I can't refer to you as a he, or you'd rather I wouldn't refer to you.
I would rather. I can't control what other people do.
Okay, that's okay. No, definitely, and I want to respect you, so I won't. But what is it about being a woman that you find more appealing than being a man?
It wasn't appealing. It was that's just how I felt I was.
Well, you are a woman.
It was
You've
just
always been a woman.
confused. It was just when I was younger, it was just confusing to me, the expectations that were placed on me, and so I tried to conform to those, and I just couldn't.
But why? I mean, a woman, like, because I'm a woman, but
yes, you are.
What is being a woman to? Why is being a woman so important? And also, if you don't mind me asking, does that mean you think more like a woman? I don't get it.
I don't know I don't know what women supposedly think. I think people are people, and if you're a man or a woman, thinking is just what humans do, and it's just a human thing.
So couldn't you just say a man then, if that was the truth? Like, couldn't you just say a man?
I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. I couldn't. It just was tearing my life apart because I was getting extremely depressed, and it just didn't feel right. It wasn't like it was a fantasy or anything like that. If anything, if I had a chance to wave a magic wand when I was younger, and not be transgender and just be male, I think I would choose that.
Okay, and what about, so people see, but you're not a woman.
Well, in the sense where gender is a social construction, then I think that
no, it's not. I can give birth, Brenda. And look, I'm just telling you how I feel. Could never hate you,
I understand.
For being transgender, and I hope you pick that up from me. But also a part of myself that I have to be honest with and not be politically correct about is I've got to say, but you're not a woman. And women that want to be men, they're not men.
Well, what I believe is that we can separate a person's sex from their gender. Sex is something that you it comes from your genes. It's an expression of your genetic makeup. But gender is how people behave socially, and I believe that masculine and feminine are social constructions.
No,
that are created by humans.
Oh, well, I would like to disagree. I don't think we're socially engineered to be men and women. I think there's social engineering directed at men and directed at women. But even our bodies, the way we're built, we're very different. And even the thinking behind it, apart from social engineering, okay, it's a whole other topic which is very important. But women, I wasn't taught to be empathetic and intuitive and compassionate. Things that seem to be more, and have true care, that seem to be more driven towards the divine feminine, right? Okay, the divine female. The divine male, on the other hand, is the protector, the thinker, the mind, the one that keeps you safe. That's not to say that I can't do that, but working together, that male and female, we are the missing. We need each other.
Well,
and we're being socially engineered out of that to think that we don't need each other. And I can tell you, we live in a world where we think, and we're moving in that direction very quickly, that men and women don't need each other, and we don't even have to identify as a male or female. You're going to see real chaos. Okay, real chaos in this world. Okay.
Well, there are quite a lot of men who are able to be. There are quite a lot of men.
It'd be a lot worse.
Yes, there are quite a lot of men who are able to be compassionate and soft, and have all of the traits that you consider to be feminine, and they are not. Yes. They're still men.
Exactly, and I'm a woman, and I do have a male aptitude sometimes. I think logically I know when to give space. I have to adapt to the male. I can't just be in my irrational female emotional state of mind all the time and not be sympathetic to the male psychology, okay? Because it's different. But we've got to meet each other in the middle. But I'm still a woman.
Well, I don't think that women are irrational, and I think that people are just people, and well, so can men. I met some pretty irrational men.
This is very true. I totally completely agree with you.
Yeah. So I think go ahead.
What are we talking about here? I don't understand that.
Well, we had a very long discussion about a laundry list of things that flat earthers talk about, and we've recently gone on to gender.
Well, I was going to ask you what the difference is between man to female. So what's the difference between you and just a regular gay man? What would you consider the difference to be?
Gay men do not consider themselves to be women.
Right.
And
what is the threshold there? Because I know I've met gay men who would like to be women, who act and emulate feminine qualities, but they don't take the step of actual surgery. So Is it just you were willing to go that far?
So there's gender identity, right? Gender identity is how you identify as which gender you identify with, and male homosexuals do not identify as women. Female lesbians do not identify as men, as male. They might look very masculine, behave masculine, but they do not consider themselves men, and would reject that label quite a bit.
Can I add something here, Brenda? Sorry, I'm really sorry to interrupt. Maybe I'll phrase it as a question. So, do you see a gaping difference between yourself and somebody that might be perceived by Haunted House as being a gay man who has chosen to give himself the gender identity of a woman? Does that make sense as a question?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. You're talking about drag queens? You're talking about drag queens?
What I'm trying to...
I have a feeling that you've always considered yourself to be a female, but the parts weren't there.
Yeah.
But in your head is where it counts. You know, in your head is where is what you are to you. And that's never going to change. You know, it's everybody else is looking outside in.
And I've never considered myself. I've never considered myself as a gay male. That just never occurred to me.
I just want to get one thing in. Sorry, Helena. I really want to get this one thing in.
Okay, go, Nathan.
Sorry, it's just going to. What I'm trying to say is currently, because you said that you transitioned in the mid-90s. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Well, I would say that I'm going to say it from my point of view. Then, from my point of view, there is a massive difference between somebody who has not got a lifestyle choice. You're fully transitioned. That's not a lifestyle choice. And some of the current youngsters that I see presented in the media, or even presented in the alternative media, that would say, I identify as a woman. And that person is nothing like you, in my opinion. Would you agree?
I don't really consume a lot of popular media, so I think I've kind of missed out on
you watched the moon landing on TV.
Well, that was in 1968. That was a long time ago.
I mean, you represent a very small percentage of the population that are.
I guess so.
That I recognise are.
I haven't very small number of people kept up with the kids. I don't know about the kids.
Yeah, it's become trendy. It's become trendy to identify as a woman.
It's very trendy.
I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I see you in your situation as just a very, very, very small percentage of real people that are, as you describe. I'm not going to in any way try and disagree with anything you've said, and I understand all of Helena's points, and in some ways I agree with some of those as well. But by the same token, you only represent a tiny proportion of people, and I'm sure you will agree with that. However, currently in modern society, the transgenderism that's associated with popular culture seems to be massive, even though even those people that would identify as being the opposite gender are still in small numbers. But where you're in a fraction of a percent, they're now in 1 or 2% of the Western population at large, or being presented on media. It seems like they're 10 or 20% of the population. Sorry about my screaming kid. And it's just farcical when a lot of them, especially when I listen to the radio, that's my only vice at the moment in terms of popular input, but they're presenting the stories of people who are very young and going on to hormones and transitioning, when in my opinion they maybe need to make it a little bit longer. And then you hear the horror stories of them trying to transition back, and you go, this is a cultural thing, as opposed to you. Absolutely not. I get it. I've known transsexuals who have transitioned, and it's not a lifestyle or a cultural thing. They are women as far as they are concerned.
Yeah.
When it comes to a genetic level, they'd say it too. Yes. Well, as far as I'm concerned, every fibre of me is a woman. So, I'm sure you would agree.
Well, this is my question. These are my two questions. One, I don't understand why you can't just identify as an asexual. And two, the reason I say that is because what is being a woman to you? What does that even mean? What does being a woman mean?
I'm not
to a man?
asexual. I'm not asexual in that I like men. So I'm not asexual. Someone who's asexual isn't interested in sex.
Like sex.
Yeah, you'd identify as a straight woman, correct, Brenda?
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, cool. But my thing is, what is being a woman mean? If gender doesn't matter, which is the message that seems to be, it's, you know, gender isn't real and it doesn't matter. Why do you want to be a woman if gender doesn't matter?
I think it does matter. I think it is
absolutely
real.
Because men are men and women are women, and that's why gender matters.
Well, I kind of got a point there.
Gender is socially constructed. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
It's hard for Brenda to argue this based on what she's just said, because she said she's not keeping up with popular culture, and I feel, Helena, that you're putting forward something that is true for the vast majority of the modern transsexuals out there.
How do we know the difference now, Nathan? So Nathan, how are we going to know the difference?
Say it again, sorry.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether they're transitioned or not. It's the fact that they want to transition. I don't know what you mean, Nathan. Are you saying that Brenda's like the real deal, but we also have to deal with a lot of fake? Well, how are we supposed to know the difference, Nathan? I mean, seriously, I can't go around using my little bit of brain power that I've got, or, you know, trying to figure out who's who in the transgender zoo.
Well, that's what we have now, though. Because, but that's what we have now. We have a transgender zoo because we have lots of people who are men that have penises that identify as women, which is fast.
And Nathan, I'm still trying to figure out, what does being a woman even mean? I can't even get an answer. If you change your whole gender to be a gender that apparently genders doesn't really matter anyway, which is very confusing, and you become a woman, what does being a woman mean to you? If you don't mind answering, sorry, that might be a little bit too personal, but just maybe a brief icing on the cake. What is being a woman? Why is it better than being a man to you?
Because it's an expression of who I am, of my inner self. It's an expression of who I am, rather than that.
Sure, Brenda. But what is a woman? You can't. It's like you can't answer it.
Yeah, I think it is difficult to answer, as far as that goes, without lapsing into stereotypes, which I don't necessarily agree with, all the stereotypes. As far as being softer, more compassionate, more nurturing, less aggressive, and things
exactly
like that.
What I said before. But I said that they're the traits of a female, and you said no, men can have those traits too.
Yeah.
So what? Do you really need to be a woman?
That's just who I am, though.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out why say woman. Maybe if there was another word, but woman. I don't know, but I see what you mean. Wow. You get to express the softer side. You don't have to, you know, chest pound. Maybe you like you like the way of the female.
Yeah.
I take you like the lifestyle better. You like the positioning.
Well, it's not like it's just. It's not like it's just something I like. I like.
I like the way of the female.
I like cookies or something like that. It's just.
Good to hear.
It's an expression of who I am. It's not simply just, oh, I like this, let me try that.
Yes, but being a woman, if you don't mind, being a woman and being a man, I think comes with certain aptitudes that can be. If I wanted to change into a man, I'm pretty sure I'd be pretty articulate as to why being a man is better. I think I'd be able to describe that. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to become a man? You know what I'm saying? If it didn't come with something that I wish I could describe. So being soft and more compassionate.
Well, I think that the sexes are generally equal. I don't think that one is better than the other. I don't think that it's better. It's simply, I don't know how else to put it. It's just an expression of who I am on the inside.
That's the perfect way to put it. That's what you
I
are.
don't know how else to put it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that I understand
totally.
totally. I'm just trying to, I get it too, but I'm just trying to get being a woman, I'm curious as to how a man would feel that being a woman is, or you just feel that you're a woman, just want to know what that is.
I don't know. That seems like a tough thing to nail down. You know.
Yeah, I guess so. And it's hard to understand too. I guess that's why I asked, so I can understand it a little bit more.
I just like the idea that people can do this to themselves. People can make this change. The government hasn't stepped in and said, nope, can't do that. Well, laws and legislation is going to say you can't do this. You got to do this.
Can I have a try to on Brenda's behalf, Helena? Right. So obviously, if I'm wrong, slap my wrists. But if you were to describe why you are a woman, Helena, you just know it. Every fibre of you tells you that you're a woman. Well, the answer would be absolutely identical from Brenda. She knows she's a woman. And when there's something contrary to that, that's freaky, or that's not right, or it's something that, and it's literally been corrected. She now has a vagina. So she is a woman. That's the only way she would view it. I mean, I'm paraphrasing what another transsexual told me, so it's not me being super smart.
Not spiritually, but I still respect you, Brenda. But I'm not going to lie about how I feel about things. And that's okay too, because if I've got the ability to completely disagree and still like you, that's okay.
Sure.
Because I like you, Brenda. I like your vibe. I like your calmness. You've got a great vibe.
I think we should boot her.
Brenda, have you ever heard of Wendy Carlos? Musician?
This is going to sound horrible, but I have no idea who she is.
Wendy Carlos is
That's how much I keep track of the popular world. I have no idea
not really popular. She's just a really innovative musician. She did the soundtrack to The Shining and Clockwork Orange. She's a Moog synthesizer player. She's an innovator when it comes to the Moog and all those synths from the 60s. Really great composer of electronic music. But she was born Walter Carlos. And I've always loved the soundtrack from The Shining. And Kubrick used her a bunch of times. She's done a lot of other work too. But I remember reading about her a long time ago. And she was once a man.
Huh.
She was
there have been a number of people like that, yeah.
She's one that sticks out to me because I like the Moog synthesizer, the modular Moogs and the Opus 3s and all that. Not to mention, she's just some of that music's amazing to me. I love those movies. Big Kubrick head.
Yeah. Can I add just one more thing? Because I'm scared we'll move off topic. The whole attitude towards transgenderism, if that's the correct term, again, is a modern divide and conquer tactic. It seems we are being set against each other. And back in the 90s, virtually nobody had heard that, the fact that I knew about transgender people was only because there was one in my parents' office working there. Therefore, I got to hear all about the electrolysis and the different operations. But nobody was dead against that person. In fact, most people who came across her, Amanda, her name was, were intrigued. They were just asking a few questions like we're asking of Brenda now. However, in modern society, there's a lot of hatred aimed towards transgender people. So again, the one question I want to ask, really want to ask Brenda is, how do you view, because it happens in flat earth, so you must be aware of it, the kind of bullshit labeling of obviously non-transgender people as transgender? How does that affect you? How do you feel about it?
That's really, you're talking about what's her name?
No, don't name any names. Just
don't name any names.
Yeah, just the nature of people naming. Well, there's one on the panel. I don't mind if you want to name somebody who's on the panel, even if it's me, if I've had one made. But you know,
well, I think you're probably a man.
No. But what I'm saying is, there is a certain group of people that go around misgendering people. How do you feel about that as a transgender?
I could say I have a strong belief that you're a man.
Your faith.
Misgendering people. There's certain flat Earth shows with a woman as the lead who's been called trans. Is that what you're talking about?
Patricia.
Yeah.
Steer?
Patricia Steer. I think that that's really reprehensible to do that to somebody. To throw a false accusation like that.
Yeah.
And not only that, it's also making transgender an insult because they're doing it as a dig, not to say anything nice, but that they're convinced as an insult, saying you're transgender, so you're in other words a piece of shit or something like that. It's like fags and all the other stupid, racist, dumb shit that gets thrown around.
Yeah, I think that
comes from plenty of flat earthers and plenty of other.
Well, it doesn't come from. It isn't specific to flat earthers. I mean,
right.
It's people, and people do bad things sometimes, and it doesn't matter whether who they are, if they're flat earthers or if they're whoever they are. People do mean things because they're either afraid or they're angry. Or some combination of that.
Usually fear. They don't.
Yeah, usually fear.
And I liken the transgender thing to
fear or ignorance would be the other reason, I suppose.
You know, a lot of people don't understand it, and it's slowly making headway. People are saying,
do you know? I'm asking. Well, this is why I'm asking questions. A lot of people don't understand it. I can't understand it without asking questions. Otherwise, everything I'd say would be ignorance.
Absolutely.
I like where you're coming from, and I like who you are. So I don't hate people for, some things just don't make sense to me. And then because I feel like there is a difference between men and women. I just think we need our divine masculine and a divine feminine to come together. I think we're being socially engineered to really pit against one another, and the war of the sexes. I think that's socially engineered. I think they're afraid about masculine, feminine, divine masculine and feminine actually meeting. And this is nothing against you, Brenda, but I feel like the agenda of all this wishy-washy male-female stuff that's going on at the moment is to prevent us, from tapping into our divine masculine, feminine, really starting to work together. And you're actually seeing this a lot on the flat earth, I suppose, culture. Whether we're wrong or whether we're right, something very amazing is happening with the divine that I'm seeing in the males, and some extraordinary females as well. And I mean men. And when a man is operating in his divine, he's a man, he's a protector, he's masculine, and but he can still have compassion and intuition.
Sure.
But he's still masculine. And a woman, the same thing, where she's the flip, the divine feminine, where she can be emotionally in control, not triggered, able to help her male counterpart. And assist her male counterpart. They don't want us to get to that point, okay? And I'm on it, and I've been watching it for years, and I know exactly. And they're using the transgender wishy-washy thing because you say you don't really know what the word on the street is. I'll let you know that, Brenda, that if you don't know what's going on in the media right now, they're getting 8-year-old boys that are dressed up as girls, and they're parading them. And they're using this and trying to really confuse the male, female, which you became a female, so it's important Males are important and females are important. If you became a female, that statement has to be true.
That's, I think it's the parents' choice, and they're free to choose. As of now, it hasn't affected me one bit.
Yeah.
So power to them if that's what they want to do. You should really check out Wendy Carlos's story.
I'll look that up.
She kept it in for a while, and then realized when she did an article in '79 after she got the one of her albums awarded her enough money to get the reassignment surgery, and she said that it turned out to be a monstrous waste of her time worrying about it, that is, and that the public turned out to be amazingly tolerant or indifferent. I think a lot of people are just making a big deal out of what the media, once again, the culprit, the fucking media, making a huge stink out of this. Like, take the worst gossipy people put them on TV and amplify it. That's that. And it's making such a cause for alarm. That's just so unnecessary.
Yeah.
It could just happen.
I think I'm going to have to turn into a pumpkin and go to bed. I can feel my voice starting to go. I think I've talked long enough.
Starting to sound like a penguin.
I don't know what penguins sound like.
I don't either. I was joking.
Very, very good
I
talking
think
to you,
they
Brenda.
just go squawk, squawk.
Fascinating conversation.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Thank you for
All right.
thank you for putting us flat earthers in our place.
I didn't put anybody in we had a spirited discussion. Right? We can disagree and we can argue and we can still stay people and human, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're all entitled to our beliefs as well.
Yes.
Yes,
You're a big Miyazaki fan, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I've been watching his movies since
yes.
Totoro.
Yes.
Love that movie. I got two of the dolls.
I think my favorite would be actually Kiki's Delivery Service. Would be one of my favorites. That's
I have that. It's like a two-part. No, it's like a split DVD.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like one of the. It's got Nausicaa.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. No, they're single. That one, Nausicaa, Totoro. I had Spirited Away, but somebody took it. Never gave it back. Princess Mononoke. I had that.
Yes.
The other one, Castle in the Sky. Remember seeing that one.
Yeah.
And then one of them I wasn't too enthused about. Howl's Moving Castle was pretty good.
Yes.
What's the last movie he's done? I'm just looking at his credits.
Well,
he hasn't done anything in a while. Ponyo, that's what it was. I didn't really dig Ponyo.
That was pretty solidly a children's movie.
Yeah.
It was really not much there for adults to watch.
Right. Porco Rosso, that was pretty good.
Yeah, it was okay.
A lot relies on the voiceover work. Like even in Princess Mononoke, some of the voices are flat, like Billy Bob Thornton's voice. Kind of like didn't sound into it.
Yeah.
But I like the Japanese versions.
Have you ever seen, there's an anime that came out of Studio Ghibli called Grave of the Fireflies. Have you ever seen that one?
That sounds really familiar. Grave of the Fireflies. Did that have like major release?
No, I don't think it got much major release. But I'm sure you can find it in the usual places. If you do watch it with somebody you care about and have a great big box of tissues.
Oh,
handy.
I know that. Yeah, okay. That's the war story, right?
Yes, it is.
I need to check that out.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah, Spirited Away is like that too. That's an amazing movie.
It is. Spirited Away is really good.
He's strange in his own way.
It's a lot different than in structure than Western movies.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a way about his animations, like the forest spirits, those little things that click their heads back and forth.
Yes.
It's very
Well,
Miyazaki.
those things are just fucking creepy.
Yeah.
I mean, if I saw those in a forest, I don't know what I would do. I would just, yeah, that would scare the crap out of me.
And none of his movies have they're not protagonist antagonists. They're just an evil element versus usually nature.
Yes.
You know, it's usually the plight of nature, these themes. Do you remember when that movie came out, that Russian guy, the No Forests on a Flat Earth? Did you ever watch that? This came out,
no.
Some guy he posed a theory that at one point on Earth there were really large trees, upwards to 60 miles to 100 miles high, and that mountains were possibly trees that were like leftover tree stumps. And he made a compelling story, but a lot of people, you know, it was an interesting point of view to take.
Yeah,
you know, I watched it and I was like, that's interesting. I don't know if that's possible, but
it's not very. I don't think that that's very, very likely at all.
The first thing I thought was Miyazaki's movies, all those camphor trees and how they shoot up into the sky. And
oh, okay, sure.
If you get a chance, you should watch it, Brenda. The no trees on forest, sorry, on flat Earth. It's pretty compelling, and if you've got some good scientific background, you might be able to do some cross-referencing by watching it and see if you're convinced. It's very compelling.
Well, the main obstacle would be that mountains are rock and not wood.
He says that rock is petrified wood.
Well,
they're basically petrified and silicone-based. The thing in question that was really interesting was Devil's Tower in Wyoming, or I think it's Wyoming or New Mexico. You know that thing, that structure, that stone, that big rock?
Yeah.
Close Encounters, Third Kind.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah. The Indians, the native Indians, I forgot which ones they were. They considered it the stone tree. Anyway, it was interesting to look into it because of the way it's made up, and no one really knows what the hell the thing is, what it was.
Okay. Notice I am not saying anything.
There you go. Look into it.
Yeah. I'm editing a lot out. I'm fading fast. I'm really tired.
It was really nice talking to you.
It's 6 a.m. where I am, and I've been up all night.
Good to meet you, Brenda. There's a saying, Brenda, I might have been born yesterday, but I've been up all night.
There you go.
Hey, what happened to IPS?
Maybe
I bet he's like created a whole like gallery full of paintings since
he must have like. Yeah,
I know she's gone, but I'm hoping we can carry on talking about the transgender thing because it was an interesting conversation. And I fundamentally agree with everything that Helena said because I don't get it either. But I understand the explanation. It's the same with, you know, globe heads explaining globe Earth. It's like, yeah, I get your explanation, but I don't get it. It's not for me, sort of thing.
You got to wonder if it's possible for you to get it though, without having that.
Exact... I do get it. I mean, what Helena said earlier about being a strict divide between the divine masculine and the divine feminine, I would just say that she sits on the divine feminine side, and in a relatively modern way, although it was back in the 90s, she's been able to achieve that physiologically.
Well, can I add to that by saying this will help put things into context? I feel like part of my role is to keep the divine masculine alive in males. That I don't know why I feel like that's my mission, but it is.
Yeah, and I'd agree with you, but I think with the very tiny proportion of people, and they're documented throughout history. You know, she's not unique. You know, she would sit on. It'd be pointless trying to convince her that she's a man, because
Oh, no, that's cool. That I understand. That's
but there's
all
loads
cool.
that are like that. You're so right. Because the thing is, the reason I'm trying to say this to you is because it seems like I'm disagreeing with you, and actually I'm not. Everything you've said is correct, but in a context which is modern society, when you have these, you know, guys with long hair saying, no, I identify as female, but they're spitting and, you know, protesting and being very aggressive. And you think, well,
yes,
who gives a crap what you identify as? You're a guy. You behave like a guy. You may not look like a guy because you've got, you know, long dyed hair or whatever it is that you are, but that person is definitely not the same as the tiny fraction of actual, whatever, how do they like it, transsexuals, actual transgendered people. She was saying, she's like, well, I just am female. I just am. That's the only way they can ever describe it. And you're like, yeah, I believe you. And even if I didn't, it wouldn't matter, because that's what you are, regardless of my feelings on it. Whereas
they're two
socially, they're trying to
things,
make
though.
us feel a certain way about it. Well, you've got to describe me as a woman because I identify one. Whereas earlier she was saying, well, I can't control what you call me. I'd prefer if you called me a woman. It's like, well, that's a much better attitude. It's like, well, do what you ever like, but yeah, I'm a woman, regardless of whether or not you like to term me that. But having society force that on you, and then some tosspot coming along and saying, well, I identify as female, therefore you better use pronouns that are she and her. It's like, screw you, I'll call you whatever I like.
Yeah, it's also goes back to free will. I want to do things because it's the right thing to do, not because I'm forced to do it. It's like a self-policing. I don't want to have to do the right thing because I'm forced to do the right thing. I want to do it because my free will says I want to do the right thing.
Exactly.
And that goes.
It felt correct to call her she, whereas talking to some long-haired kid that's clearly a guy, I wouldn't be able to do that. You know what I mean? It would feel wrong to say, well, I'll call you she then because you told me to.
Still felt wrong for me, but I gave her the respect to call her she. It still feels wrong for me. But, you know, that's okay. It's just me. Who cares what I think? You see? It doesn't matter. But the divine, you know, everyone's got an agenda. I've got my agenda, and that's my agenda. Got to keep it alive. And people that know and understand and heard what I've just said, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about, because I'm not alone on this. That's not to say to get rid of transgenders and stuff. I'm not talking about that, but just there's a definitive, there's no fine line. There is a line, and that's cool. You can identify as whatever you want, but there is a line. It's like, you can believe we went to the moon, but we didn't go to the moon. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, there's a scene
in Life of... I can't do anything about it.
In Life of Brian.
Sorry?
There's a scene in Life of Brian that sums it up quite nicely, when you've got a character that decides that he wants to be called Loretta, and the guy has to explain to him that he's going to be fighting for his right to have babies, and the main character stands and says, well, but you can't have babies. It's like, you don't have a womb. Where's the fetus going to gestate?
and exactly. And what I find so funny is someone that's so scientific. You know, biologically, scientifically, we're very differently built. You know, that's science right there. That's real science.
I think also her point of view of anything's possible. You know, like, well, it might have happened, you know, like the moon landing could have happened, is because she's someone who's been through that kind of operation, who's actually seen it firsthand. She's seen
that's not what she's doing, though. She's saying it did happen.
Well, her place, her position is, to me, could be coming from, she's seen doctors change her parts into different parts successfully. You know, and
that would suggest that she would be more open to the possibilities. In other words, when it came to the chemtrail conversation, I hope she's probably listening to all of this. She can rejoin if she wants. But, you know, when it came to the chemtrail argument, it wasn't that she wasn't putting forward an argument and saying, I understand that argument, and, you know, I understand that it might not be the case. She was saying, that is the fact. It's like, well, okay, hold on. So you just basically
whatever the party line is, you will toe it.
Yeah, yeah, I could see that. I'm just trying to find some sense of it.
Yeah, it makes
trying
no
to
sense that she would be
make some sense.
a transitioned person and be so close to some of these ideas. You're right. That's a
But
complete
then again,
contradiction.
she could also just trying to be like, trying to fit in her own normal way, like trying to normalize her existence, you know, by
Yeah.
not having such outcast ideas, not having such outlandish ideas.
If you genders your own world, and if that particular world's been turned upside down, probably best to keep everything nice and neutral.
Exactly.
But admitting you're a different sex than what you're born with, and admitting it also states to me that you see value in the opposite sex. Therefore, opposite sex exists. So if we're going to look at scientifically, men are men and women are women. That's real. This has nothing to do with Brenda, okay? I'm just talking about the argument is with all these sort of gender identification is that men and women were just socially conditioned to be men and women, right? So you prefer to be a socially conditioned female then. There's more to the story, guys. They actually say that it doesn't matter whether you're male or female.
But I think there's more to
Then
the
why don't you just
biology
stay
as
your own
well.
sex?
I mean, in the same way, there's a very tiny proportion of hermaphrodites, and again, it's probably similar in terms of
Less
percentages.
testosterone. Less testosterone.
Where they have both genitalia, they literally are both male and female at the same time.
Yeah. Hermaphrodites, like the Gnostics
Hermaphrodites,
talked
exactly.
about
Well,
them a lot. Yeah.
There's a tiny proportion of those people that they have a biological anomaly. Well, just because there isn't a physiological biological anomaly that's representative in the tiny handful of people like Brenda, doesn't mean that it isn't real. But it's tiny. It's just been misrepresented societally.
Yeah, I know, but there are men that have less testosterone, and it could be that as well, because hormones is also what keeps us very different. Hormones are the reason why I can give birth, and I've got hips. Your male hormones are very different. So I'm thinking maybe
spot on, and that's what they're manipulating.
They feel like, well, yeah, they are, and that's I've got to keep it. We've got to keep an eye on those things, okay? We've got to seriously, we've got to keep things alive that we know are important for existence. If I didn't, I wouldn't bother. I would just sit in front of the TV all day and eat. I wouldn't care. I realise there is a war, and I have to be one of the soldiers.
Well, I don't think it's any threat to anything. I don't think the world at some point is going to be confused transgender or transgender. Not to say that they're confused.
Oh, look.
They have
a lot of the celebrities.
There's a lot of people that are.
They feel a certain way.
Yeah, there are.
Well, I think the idea that it's so easy now, I think may sway some people. Absolutely,
all right.
Maybe they shouldn't make that jump. And that since so many people are into it.
They put the argument out that males and females, we are socially engineered, okay? That's their argument, that we're actually, created to be a female, created to... If they believe that, right, why... why do they... On one hand, it doesn't exist, and on the other hand, they want to be that sex. There's a lot of contradictions, a lot of that don't make sense. Oh, that's right. If you can socially engineer a male to be more like a male and a female, you can socially engineer children to be confused about their sex too, not know which one. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they can do it chemically as well. Put more estrogen into the water covertly through medicines that are being urinated into the water supply.
Yeah, but if we have the attitude, well, it doesn't matter anyway. Okay, well, let's all walk around really confused and being half male, half female, and all right, let's see what the world turns into then. Let's watch that one.
I just because because Haunted House has just had a transgendered person onto the panel, I just feel it's important to still I'm being more argumentative than I want to be with you, Helena, because I actually fundamentally agree with you.
No,
But
that's
there is
okay.
still
I
that tiny
understand.
percentage of people that would absolutely just say, well, I sit on the divine feminine side, but for the, back when it was the case in the 90s, there wasn't this level of social engineering that made kids think, well, I want to identify as being a woman. In other words, someone like Brenda would have just felt that way regardless of what was going on TV, and would have.
Sure.
I'm
Exactly.
kind of speaking
Totally
for her.
agree.
So,
Totally
but she's. I must say this again. She represents a tiny, tiny, tiny proportion of the population.
Yeah, I see that. It's just that, if they use the argument you can socially engineer a male to be a male and female, then they can socially engineer us to be not to be confused and be both. And that seems to be where it's going with children. All the celebrities, I can't see one celebrity with my research that don't have transgender children. So they're really normalizing it. So girlfriends of mine with kids, like they'll be, Helena, my 4-year-old boy Bob, every time we go to Kmart, he sees a little fairy dress. Should I buy it for him? Okay.
And you go, no.
And
what are you talking about, you
and
fatty, crazy woman?
I am the one that says, no, honey, don't get the tutu for your 4-year-old boy. Okay. And I just want to say something else. There are two types. Okay. There are enabling children to be a different sex. There's enabling, and then there's the naturals, which I'd say Brenda is a natural. I've got nephews that used to go under my bed and get my high heel shoes when he was 3 and sneak on my high heel shoes. Okay, he's gay now. So I know with Dusk, my nephew Dusk, I knew from steal my makeup compacts, and I'd catch him with them and stuff. And I knew at that age that he's going to be a gay man. He's gay, right, and all that stuff. But I wasn't an enabler. I'm noticing mums now. It's the cool thing to do. Put your boy in a tutu.
Yeah, but the kid he's not gay because of the high heels, though. He was gay because he was always going to be gay, whether he found them or not.
Yeah, that's right. Naturals, they're naturals, haunted house. That's what I say are naturals. Then there's the social engineered ones where the mums, just because the boy likes the way tutu looks, they will buy it for them and they'll let the boy dress up. That's enabling. That's a whole different thing. That's social engineering.
I don't think that can make a kid gay, make a guy gay, just because.
Well, that's an interesting. Yeah, well, cool. I'm wondering.
I think they'll be pretty confused at one point.
No, but you add that to a chemical imbalance that's engineered into some of the structures, some of the foods, then you can force a greater percentage of the population, and that's
that would be a hard one
that
to
is
prove.
right. Well, I don't know. I think it's fairly self-evident. And again, I've just argued that the representation of it in the media is distorted, but yeah, you're right. It is difficult to prove. Why am I even arguing?
It's like it kind of has to be tossed out because it's just too much to put in there. And
well, I can prove it. Estrogen is one of the hormones in my body that make me talk like this and see the details and all that other stuff. Okay, so estrogen, there's theories that they are putting more that hormones and GMOs and
in water. Yeah,
hormones.
I've heard it.
We're not in food. That's what we're eating.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue the same thing, but as Jonathan said, it's very difficult to prove.
Well, GMOs,
it's a likely story, though. It makes sense.
Yes. No, no, it's facts. You go to KFC and you're getting very hormonal chicken because they have to put hormones to make the chickens grow bigger, etc. So they mess around with the hormones a lot. This isn't tinfoil hat. This is the food industry. This is the way it works.
Anybody eating KFC gets what they deserve, in my opinion. But I mean, I don't think it could be two things. Could be one of two things. These days, it's out in the open, so it's easier for people to say what they've wanted to say for so long, or it is by design, meaning this has been influenced by an outside agency to make babies, to make children half and halves,
Yes, because they don't want the divine. masculine and divine feminine coming together. That's the ultimate threat. Could you imagine us working together?
But people are such morons anyway that they're not going to figure it out. I think that's the last thing on their
No, you could be right.
Can I
When
ask
you
something
put it
about
that way.
Kentucky Fried
Such
Chicken?
fucking
Sorry,
zombies.
this is just something funny. We've got this thing called I think it's called a Shaun the Sheep or something similar. But it's basically a little night light that sits in our kid's bed. And you press one of its feet and it plays either some white noise with like the sound of a heartbeat, or a little melody played on a harp. And I listened to it the first time I got it a year ago. I was like, I know that tune. And then, within a couple of days, I'd figured out what the tune was. It was a Kentucky Fried Chicken advert. So,
Oh, no way.
yeah, so I was like, oh man, this is the theme tune from an ad for Kentucky Fried Chicken from the 80s.
Oh,
So,
subliminals.
Yeah,
Love it.
subliminal advertising. And I thought, I question, who is the subliminal for? I think it's for me. It's for all the people who were kids in the 80s that were listening to the song. I could even sing it. We have herbs and we have spices to make that special blend. Because chicken cooked our favourite ways, the taste that can't be beat. So that was the song. That's played on harp on this sheep. So I hear it, and of course immediately, for me, because I've looked into subliminals, I recognise it and know why my brain's going to Kentucky Fried Chicken, because it's the theme tune from when I was a kid that they've left in there subliminally. They know now that as an adult, I'll be having kids and listening to this stupid sheep, but I'll still recognise the theme tune and want chicken.
Yeah, see, you're onto him. That's good. That's good spotting. Good spotting.
But it's the reason I like that is because it's a type of subliminal that I'd never considered or seen before. Everyone's seen the subliminal messages on the Coke billboards or hidden in the end credits of the national anthem. In the States from whatever it was, the 60s. Everyone's seen that type of subliminal message. Same with almost a bit more over in music when they're literally telling you stuff, but with a song. Most people recognise that if they're dissecting it, of course. Most people don't recognise it.
Well,
that's the
if
point,
you notice a lot of pop music now, because I'm a researcher, so I tie in trends, and that's the work I do, right? So, if you listen to pop music now, which I can't stand, I've never liked pop music, but it's all about the opposite sex is the enemy. That's the bottom line.
Correct. I've got a great example of this, and you can look this up on YouTube because
women.
Sorry, I've just got to get the song in. So there's Bruno Mars did a song called Grenade. You ever heard that song? If you go and analyze the lyrics to Grenade, which is a lovely song if you listen to it, essentially what he's describing is a narcissistic, abusive relationship that he is tolerating. So he's describing this bitch who is just a complete shit to him. And he basically is saying he'll do anything for her, regardless of how absolutely appalling her behavior towards him is. He'll do anything for her to the point where he'll blow up himself, he'll cut himself, he'll do anything. And the message is abhorrent.
And what do the women sing about? They've been heartbroken. Think about it's all victim based.
Yeah,
so they've been heartbroken.
Victim, exactly.
Yeah, and that's the social engineering. Either you're an abuser or you're a victim. They don't want the divine working together, because when you're in the divine, you're not a victim and you're not an abuser. Because I'm sure we don't have not one abuser on this call or one victim on this call. We are a rare breed. We are the Renaissance. We're the ones moving through.
Do you recognise that people like Gem Panda and Brenda and not A4, I'm not going to include him in this list, but the detractors, do you recognise that they are equally as valuable?
I think everyone's as valuable as they feel they are. So I see Brenda as valuable because she came on confidently, even though she'd been rejected so many times. I'm only going off what she told me. So it's confidence that I respect in people. People are worried that the flat earth is going this direction, that direction. It shows no confidence to me. It shows that they still very fear-based. It says a lot. Just simple things now I can pick up very quickly. Being confident in yourself and having that self-love and acceptance, the real stuff, that self-loathing is something they really wanted us to all have too, you know, to really hate ourselves, not have confidence, not be able to tap into our genius. Yeah, they've done a real job on people, a real job. It's just that we woke up to it, and that's what makes us, I think we all kind of realize everyone's kind of special in this movement, even though we don't have the answers, but there's something extraordinary about everyone, and we're recognizing it about each other. But I am anyway. I can't speak for anyone else, but I am.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, even though he's probably asleep or doing paintings, you've got IPS on the panel. It's just one guy. And if you look at what he's achieved in a very short period of time, you go, that's still just one guy doing stuff. And that's what you can achieve. I use him as an example rather than some celebrity, because it's one degree of separation rather than 3 or 4. You know, it's an attainable person that you can just literally observe in terms of what they're achieving. Obviously, you get your detractors, but in my view, they all help. You know, I view those sorts of things as adverts. I'm quite envious of the amount of attention, you know, albeit negative, that IPS is getting. It's like, man, you get a lot of adverts made about you.
Yeah, he's running too fast for people. He runs too fast, and that's. I think people see that, and I've said it before. I think it can be frightening. It's happened to me before. I've done the same. When I started really tapping into my potential, you know, I'm supposed to be a tweaker in the suburbs. You know, I'm supposed to be on antidepressants, treat my man like shit. You know, that's the kind of that's the norm, right? Being unhappy, complaining about life, that's the norm.
Yeah, social programming on the TV here, we have EastEnders, which to me is just the devil, basically, because it educates people about how to have a shit life, you know, what is acceptable.
So
and discussing that is, you know, like, I've heard people describe it as, well, no, you can see that their life's worse than yours, therefore it's enjoyable. It's like, no, setting your benchmark, your line is really low.
Exactly, Nathan. I just, that's so glad you know as well. It's like, I've been brought into this life just to keep my head above water. That's what you just above water. I don't think so. And water doesn't curve either, by the way.
Yeah, but that's true across the board, though, and it's hard when you've got the divide and conquer running amongst the social spectrum as well. So you would assume, and maybe people have seen this graph or maybe they haven't, but you've got the 1%ers, the people that actually have the power, control, money, land, you name it, they've got it, we haven't. And everybody beyond that is on a almost identical level, you know, between 0 and 99%. I'm talking in the Western world now. You know, us, we've got people like a benefits guy, you know, somebody that's unemployed, is on benefits, but he actually still has a fairly close standard of life to a guy who's earning millions a year. That might be quite difficult to fathom, but it's absolutely true. And I've experienced this firsthand when I've gone and met like royalty and very, very rich people. And they're all moaning about the same bloody things that we would moan about. It's amazing. You wouldn't believe it. But it's just, there's 1% of people, the actual elites, the people that do genuinely control us, and they're overting this. It's not like they're hidden. You know, we know who they are on the most part. There's a conspiratard view that there's another layer beyond that that's like the hidden hand. I don't necessarily buy that. I mean, I think what people describe as the hidden hand is potentially system based. You know, there's a lot of these things that may take place without any nefarious guy in a black coat standing over someone's shoulder saying, you know, we will push the transgender narrative. You know, I think a lot of these things are inherent in the systems that are established potentially hundreds and hundreds of years ago. You know, these things are going to come to fruition regardless of people's views on them. In other words, it doesn't need anybody beyond the elites and powers and people with cash and land and power that we can see and recognize. You know, they are tied into the very same systems that we are, and they want to retain those powers, controls, monies, all those things. So it's in their benefit to go along with the systems that are already in place, many of which are deceptive or nefarious. And they're not going to want to go against that grain. It's not in their interests. So many of the conspiratorial people that point towards they there is potentially no they. There's just systems, and all we need to do is replace them with better ones, and potentially ignore the people who claim to have power, when the reality is, you've argued earlier, well, it's just me, what's my opinion matter? Well, the power of one is massive. And that's why I identify someone like IPS and say, well, go and look at what you can actually achieve. You just have to do it. People who would go, oh, he's super intellectual. Maybe, but he's just applied himself. That's really all that's necessary. You have within yourself amazing abilities. You just have to realize them. And watching TV is just dumbing that down and suppressing it.
Yeah, and when you're seeing someone do it, it can scare people. They're only used to talent coming out of Hollywood. Don't bring your talent outside that realm. What people need to realize, there are a lot of very underground, very talented people that are tapping into their potential, and I see a lot of them. And there is going to be a division soon of people that are moving forward with their creativity, their intelligence, their wit, their way of not harming anybody, really tapping into stuff what we get to experience life in a much better way. I mean, I think I mentioned this to you last time when you were on the call, Nathan, how I have an extraordinary experience. I feel sorry for people that don't experience the nuances of life because they're so stuck in a box, and more power to them. I'm starting not to really care. I'm just tired of having to talk people off a ledge. Nathan, do you have to do that? Do you come across people sometimes that they're suicidal and you got to pull them off the ledge? Because there's a lot of that here.
Maybe not. I don't know if I've experienced any people that are mostly the opposite of that, actually. Mostly people that are like, wow, this is amazing.
Oh, that's great. That's great. It's just I'm a beauty therapist and a hairdresser, so I speak to a lot of women, and they end up, really admitting to me about how depressed they are, and they're on antidepressants, and it's probably 80% of the women that I see really talk about how depressed they are, and I'm thinking, this is strange,
I misunderstood what you meant. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. Yes. I thought you meant in flat Earth. I thought you meant in this little tiny campfire that we're all huddled around.
Oh, no.
Yeah, generally, yeah, of course, yeah. Most people are depressed and miserable and think that their life is shit, their town is shit, the people around them are shit. And it's like, no, that's wrong. Life is great. I love my town. I love the people around me. I think life is wonderful.
Awesome. Yeah.
Did you say beauty therapist?
The way it works. Yeah, beauty therapy and hair. Like, I'm a hairstylist as well. That's just my day job.
I've never heard of a beauty therapist.
Seriously?
Yeah, we call them beauty therapists. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, we call them beauty therapists here as well. What would you call someone who does that in the States then? Someone that does your hair and nails and stuff. Not that does mine, but
beautician.
Oh, beautician.
Beautician.
Oh, okay.
I just looked at the most awful webpage, and I don't know why I do this to myself. I type something in, and I know it's going to be really graphic and hard to look at, but I do it anyway.
No, don't do it. Oh, God. Why do you do that to yourself?
Let me just say one word. Phalloplasty.
Yeah, that's isn't that a dick job?
Yeah, it's like made up dick, made up.
Yeah, one of the ads that ran on your show is specific to me. So when people say this, it bugs me. I'm prefacing this. So people say, "Oh, I saw this ad for X, Y, and Z on your show." It's like, well, the ads are viewer specific. I've ticked that box, so it's tailoring the ad to you. Anyway, so I get an ad on your show. It was for, do you not have self-confidence? And it was about dick growth. Some weight.
Are you getting dick backs? Are you getting dick backs from them? I mean, kickbacks?
Dick backs? Yeah, I get dick backs from the group. If you want to sponsor me, penis growth people, please get in touch. No, I don't. But yeah, it was advertising these dick growth things. But the angle that they were using on this advert was to say that it would give you confidence. And I thought to myself, my giant penis doesn't give me confidence. I don't really.
I rely on my giant penis to give me confidence when I'm feeling blue.
I very rarely give my giant penis any consideration at all. It doesn't affect my confidence one bit.
How about you, Helena? How about you and your giant penis?
See, I don't even know where to go with that. I have no idea.
Well, I suppose it's a question that I can ask on behalf of the advertiser, right? So, I mean, it's obviously aimed towards guys with small dicks, and saying that, you know, obviously, if you're a guy with a small dick, you must be wallowing in self-pity and nervous around women, which I think is preposterous to begin with anyway, because I just don't think that's true, regardless of your cock size. But anyway, my question to you, Helena, is why do advertisers tell men that if you've got a bigger dick, women will like you more?
I don't know. You guys tell me, like, what is it between males that is such a big deal? You could answer that better than me.
Bigger is better.
Slick advertising. Slick advertising. It's easy
Bigger
to
is
convince a
better.
guy, to, you know, because it doesn't matter what size you are. Even if it's gigantic, everybody wants one just a little bit bigger. Go for a couple of inches. You know, there's no guy who's going to turn that down. But
No, I don't know if that's true.
even if it was, even if
when you get complaints, you know, then you don't want it any bigger.
I remember my friend was telling me a story. He's like, "Yeah, I was with this girl, and he's like, don't you hate it when they keep saying deeper?" She was like, deeper, and he's like, what do you want me to do?
Oh, I get the opposite problem. Less deep.
We hear you, Nathan. We hear you, Nathan.
But I think if a guy was, you know, they could pick apart anything. They could say, you know, you're losing hair or something like that, or bald hair got you down. Well, take these pills.
Do you have low self-confidence? More hair, that's what you need.
More hair, that's what you need. Whatever you're lacking.
No, I was kind of being a bit. I was hoping to lead you somewhere, which was to say that men and women talk about these things equally. You know, you will know this as a beautician. You know, women will talk about the size of men's dicks and all that sort of stuff that men talk about. You know, but it's just less public. It's less overt when women do it. But they're interested in exactly the same things. You know, it's, from that point of view, men and women are the same.
Yeah, there's so much more I want to say, but I won't say. I think, see, if a man's confidence is based on that, there are guys, I guess, that can bypass that, not fall for that, and go, hey, I'm still going to be confident regardless of that, right? And it's actually confidence that is very appealing. To me, more than anything, is confidence, or I don't know. But I can't say too much more. I'm not going to say too much more.
I remember when I was a kid, I was thinking, like, women can't really hide it. You know, it's about what you can hide. You know, because guy walking by can't really tell, but girls can't hide their boobs. I mean, there are ways, I guess, to put on like a sports bra, or whatever, squish them down, but guys can't hide it. Guys can hide it.
Can you tell?
Unless you're Nathan, of course. Then you gotta like wear.
I have to be very careful with my clothes.
2 pairs of jeans and stuff. Gotta ask people.
gosh.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Does my penis look big in this?
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
All right, we know your little secret, Nathan.
First you hit him with the
Can I-
platter, then you ask him. Big. Then they pass out.
It brings a whole new meaning to the word flat smacking, doesn't it?
Is that the first time you've disclosed that intel, Nathan? Just curious.
I'm just joking. It's the first time I've talked about that dick advert, that's for sure.
Everybody in Birmingham knows it. Birmingham? What is it?
It's a relevant subject. Come on. We were talking to Brenda, so it's relevant.
I mean, geez Louise. When I typed that in, the pictures that were like, if it was a movie, it would have been playing the sound in the Psycho movie, like "Ang, ang, ang," and it flashing each one of those images, like all the whatchamacallit, suture marks and like Sharpie pen marks and cuts and bloody spots. And
From
Oh my
what I know
gosh,
about that operation, though, am I correct in saying it doesn't actually affect the erect size of the penis? It just makes it look visually bigger when it's not erect. In other words, it's sort of they cut certain tendons so that it will hang lower, and then again,
Well,
they would after the operation suggest that you use weights to physically stretch the fibrous tissue. But ultimately speaking, it's just presenting the same size cock when flaccid as being larger. Is that right?
I don't think it changes. It's female to male sex reassignment surgery.
Oh, right. I was talking about something totally different. Sorry, I was talking about cock lengthening. I thought it was.
The anterolateral thigh flap, the phalloplasty, is the most current technique. It involves a one-stage operation of the new penis, urethra connecting. I just all these cutting.
So this is
cutting
creating. Is this creating a cock then?
Yes.
Right.
It's the creation of like a skin penis. Like
you know how you were
penis
talking
unit.
with. Sorry, you know how you're talking about Brenda with your manga movies, and how you made the observation how it seems to be like evil against nature. When you talk like that, I'm drawing the similarities to what you're talking about. It's evil against nature. It's not natural.
What
yeah,
is
it's
natural?
definitely not natural. Transition
Sticking a penis on a
scalpels
woman.
Yeah, I mean some of the issues they come across, which is why in some ways you have to have a certain degree of respect for people who've transitioned, because I mean penis size becomes a very real issue if you're going to turn it inside out and turn it into a vagina. You've got to have a certain length to it, which can cause serious issues for some of these people. Prolapses and all sorts of horrific things happen to them. I mean, the transgender that I knew in the 90s, Amanda, would explain that because she was circumcised, she had to have a portion of her anal tract removed and sewn on the end of her penis before she could be transitioned, and she had to live with it for a certain period, several months, before they could sew it up and turn her inside out to create this vagina. So you think, how horrific would it be to go in, have an operation, have part of your ass removed, literally internal, and then sewn onto the end of your cock, so you could live with that for however long, purely because they've circumcised you. So they're essentially giving you a new foreskin just so they can turn you inside out. How horrible would that be? That's not to mention all of the electrolysis and the hormones. The hormones for me are the biggest issue at the moment in modern society, because that's essentially the biggest root cause of the problem. In terms of people's gender confusion, it's because of hormones.
I don't know what I am.
It's a hormonal thing. Yeah, it is just a hormonal thing. It's different when it's Brenda. As much as I don't like saying this in this way, but I'm going to balls to bones. She knew she was a woman. Well, that's very different to people having a bit of gender confusion, or identifying as a woman today, and tomorrow they'll cut their hair and go, oh well, actually that was a bit silly. When they've gone through puberty.
I feel like the other day, because we got a lot of transgenders here. It's just, it'll be a girl, like a female. She might be in her 20s or 30s or something, and she looks like a bloke. She's full on dyke, 100% short hair, bloke, hair cut, talks like a guy, walks like a guy. And they work in shops now, so they must have. You've got to employ everyone now. Affirmative action for everyone now. And like, I'll be out shopping and someone will come up to me, a shop attendant. Just the other day, I was picking some up from an electronic shop, and she was so blokey, but I'm thinking, real blokey. Okay, the hair, everything, and because I'm a woman, I'm attracted to males. Males that are hetero are attracted to females. So you come across that, and it's like, what's going on here? It's like you look like a dude. You got the warmth of a female. Anyway, it's kind of challenging to come across. It's interesting, especially when they're a shop attendant and I don't know. Have you guys come across a transgender in a shop to attend you in a shop or something?
Well, the one I knew worked with my folks that was in a shop, so they had a computer shop, but she was one of the programmers. So,
Right.
you know, this is going to sound wrong as well. I'm sure I'll get a load of abuse for this, but in my opinion, that particular area of computing was dominated by men, programmers.
Right, see?
So
Thank
she
you.
was there in her high heels, tights, short skirt. She presented reasonably well as a woman, you know, and she hadn't had a vocal cord shaved, so she, you know, she would talk like a man, and her mannerisms were male. You know, the way she talked. You know, but
And
she
her
didn't try to make
aptitude.
any effort to. Yeah, absolutely. You know,
And her
many of the
aptitude was
subjects.
male.
Yeah, like Brenda's going to hate me for saying this, but when she talked about manga, I know there's lots of women into manga, but she talked about it with the passion of a male, in my humble opinion.
You heard that too.
Yeah, I detected it, and you know, that's something I'm not going to ignore. That doesn't take away from any of, you know, it buys into the same argument when she's like, if she was to say, well, yeah, there's loads of things that women do that are masculine traits, it doesn't mean anything. You know, she would just have the same argument when presented with that. But because she is transgender, obviously it takes your brain to that when something like that happens. You know, the prejudice, the bigoted, whatever the word is, I forget, the nasty person would just go, oh yeah, there's a male trait. Yeah, it's all nonsense, you know. But you know, you can't but help do that when the person is obviously transitioned.
Yeah. Because if you're arguing with a feminist would be saying, I've got no problem with the first wave of feminists, the first ones, okay? And by the way, women only got the vote 50 years after men got the vote, so it's really no big deal. But feminists would argue, oh, a woman can do anything a man can do. It's like, why would you? Like, I'm a woman. I don't want to sit in front of a computer analysing data and doing stuff that men are good at. I don't want to do that. There's things that I don't want to do, and I know that my male counterparts are a lot better at it than me. Got no problem with that at all.
Sure, there's always going to be a, you know,
Well, I mean,
the woman in that group of people. You know, I'm fitting in that, but I'm almost societally put into the box that I'm in now, looking after my child in the day while my wife's at work. I work in the evening, so we sort of swap around. But during the day, if you were to look at that in isolation, it's like, well, you're just some, you know, socially cooked guy that's been put into that position because that's the way society has led you into doing it. You know, but that's, you know, that's reality. That's life. Guys will do tasks that women do.
Yeah, two men, sorry. These days, two people have to be working just to sustain life. Back, you could just send a man out. I mean, I'm in a situation where I don't have to work, right? That's my personal stuff. I don't have to get into it. I don't, you know, I've got a pretty good life. But we're forced now, men and women have to work. When before it was men go out to work, or the man would stay home with a child. Someone has to stay with that child. Do not throw your child into childcare, pass it over to the state. There's got to be a mother or a father with that child. But now two people have to work. I mean, you sound like you're pretty clever, Nathan. You figured out, well, you know, you work during the day and I'm at night. We're not at work. I don't know. Sorry, I shouldn't speak for you. But people are forced now, both of them, just to sustain a real basic life.
Yeah, it really upsets me. I saw a lady the other day. So we have a class that I take our kid to on a Thursday. And after the class, much later in the evening, by virtue of our car being repaired, I had to walk into work. And I saw one of the women that was at the group, picking up her kid, who's the same age as mine, not more than 12 months old, from a creche. And the kid looked absolutely miserable. You know, just so unhappy as he was walking out, defying everything she's asking him to do. And I thought, I couldn't dream of handing over my kid to a creche at this age. You know, I know people have to, they're forced to. You know, like you say, we worked out our life so that we, unfortunately, it means our relationship suffers. You know, we see each other not enough. But for the benefit of our kids, we've got a very good relationship, so it's working. Fortunate for us because we have a good relationship. But I do, you know, both of us feel like we don't see enough of each other, and we've planned that so that we don't have to put our kid into a creche.
Yep. So in other words, you've sacrificed yourselves a little bit for your child, and that's what we should be doing. But that, well done. Sounds like you got a good thing going on there, Nathan.
Yeah, other than it's a bit crap, I could do see my wife a bit more. But you know, we do see
Yeah.
each other, we do live together, so it's not like we don't see each other. And ultimately speaking, our kid gets a reasonable upbringing where it's not surrounded by 20 other kids and one adult supervising them, which to me it just seems ludicrous that, you know, what education is she going to get from the other 5 or 10 kids around them?
Yeah, right on.
Nathan, you really need to check out and listen. Are you subscribed to the Sage of Quay, Mike Williams?
Yeah, I love the Sage of Quay.
Did you listen to his last conversation with Sophia Smallstorm about the continuum concept?
Nope, but tell me all about it.
Oh my God, it was great. It's fascinating. It was all about this book. Sophie had read this book called The Continuum Concept, which is about this woman, Jane Leadloff, who in 1975, on a whim, goes down to Venezuela in pretty much the jungle and is introduced to the Aquana tribe and notices right off the bat, within the first day or so, that their children are the most well-behaved children she's ever seen before. And she starts to document and journal how they interact. And some of the comments she made and observations were just, they made so much sense, all about the signals that the child gets from when it's born and how they hold their babies all the time. Mm-hmm. All the time, no matter what they're doing, they're always latched onto the mother. And they're not told, they're not kept away from anything. They're allowed to naturally grow. And this plays into a lot of the things that they develop, a lot of the traits they develop later on in life. But when she parallels it to what kids today are dealt with, or the way they're raised, it's sad. Seems like, you know, you might be in a position where you could apply some of it. But like, for instance, you know, the signals that are sent when a baby soils its diaper and the mother makes this, like, you know, yucky face, and like it's a real horrible event. You know, this sends a message to the child that it did something wrong. And when you basically, the child is sensing and taking in every signal that it's given, you know, and that you need to answer to it. When it screams, you got to appease it. But we're told, don't spoil the baby, but that's not wrong because the connection is now broken. And she just lays it out perfectly in classic Sophia Smallstorm style, you know.
Can I add to that by saying that children, from when they're born to when they're 6, they're in a hypnagogic state, which actually means they're in a dream state. From 0 to 6, children are like a dream-like state. So they're hypersensitive.
Is the state right before you fall asleep? I know what you mean. Mm-hmm. It's a great state to be in. It's like between waking and dreaming.
The joys of being a baby.
So they're super sensitive to everything, your facial expressions, your body language, absolutely everything. Attachment parenting is another term for it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you already know about that type of stuff, Nathan. I'm sure you're going to make a great dad. I'm sure you're a great dad.
Yeah, man. I mean, I can relate as well. It seems like logical stuff as well. You were talking about changing diapers and not freaking out. That to me seems very sensible. You know, if you're going to go, nasty, the kid's going to go, oh no, poo is evil. It's like,
something's wrong with me. Something's wrong with me. What's wrong?
Like sleeping alone, isolating the child, and often the kid cries himself to sleep, or scheduled feeding when his natural nursing impulses are often ignored or pacified, being excluded or separated from normal adult activities, relegated to a nursery, crib, or playpen, caregivers often ignoring, discouraging, belittling, or punishing them when they cry, or otherwise signaling their needs, or else responding with excessive concern and anxiety, sensing his caregiver's expectations that he is incapable of self-preservation. That's huge. Is innately antisocial and cannot learn the correct behavior without strict controls. I mean, it's a lot, some may say, it's a little reaching, but it makes sense to me. It's got to come from somewhere.
I agree with every word of that. That was bang on.
Exactly, because that's why we've got so much quote unquote mental illness in the Western world. That's why the pharmaceutical companies are swooping right in with their pharmaceuticals for depression. It's pandemic, and I would say that a lot of those issues are childhood issues. Absolutely.
Yeah, and some people are actually following this concept. They're practicing it. Like some of the things she says is sensing and fulfilling the elder's expectations that he is innately social and cooperative and has strong self-preservation instincts, and that he is welcome and worthy, the baby. Being constantly carried in their arms or otherwise in contact with someone, usually the mother, and is allowed to observe while the person goes about their business until the infant starts creeping and crawling on his own impulse, usually 6 to 8 months. Breastfeeding on cue, sleeping in the parent's bed. They always say, well, you're going to suffocate the baby or crush it.
That's rubbish.
Yeah, constant physical contact with mother. But evolution, she says, evolution does not prepare the human infant for this kind of experience. Evolution. He cannot comprehend why his desperate cries for the fulfillment of his innate expectations go unanswered, and he develops a sense of wrongness and shame about himself and his desires. If, however, his continuum expectations are fulfilled precisely at first, with more variation possible as he matures, he will exhibit a natural state of self-assuredness, well-being, and joy. Infants whose continuum needs are fulfilled during the early in-arms phase grow up to have greater self-esteem and become more independent than those whose cries go unanswered for fear of spoiling them or making them too dependent. It just makes too much sense to me.
Yeah, the irony to that is, if a child feels very comfortable and secure and confident with their mothers, and I don't like to say parents, because you're parenting the child. So the mother and the father, the more connected they are to the mother and the father, the more independent they are. It's those children that are very clingy when you're out in public and they won't let go of the mother's leg. It's because they don't feel confident to move around and be social and explore the world.
Yeah, and it is no secret that the experts have not discovered how to live satisfactorily, but the more they fail, the more they attempt to bring the problems under the sole influence of reason and disallow what reason cannot understand or control.
Right.
What our inherent we are now fairly brought to heel by the intellect. Our inherent sense of what is good for us has been undermined to the point where we are barely aware of its working and cannot tell an original impulse from a distorted one, which is just acting on instinct. But really interesting, fascinating discussion, and made me want to. It just seems like there's a lot of answers here to the reasons why people behave the way they do.
Yep, it all comes down to that hypnagogic state, 0 to 6, what we do to children and what was done to us to probably connect a lot. Although I've got to say the way I was treated as a child, it wasn't good. What I became as a woman and an adult, it totally defied everything what I should have become. So it's not hardwired. It's not hardwired like riding a bike. That's what's good about sort of being molded a certain way. It's not hardwired. You can change anything. You can come from an abusive background and still blaze through and come good.
Well, you see, in this society, it's such a stigma on what your sexuality is, what you prefer. All it is really to me is a matter of taste. One guy likes it this way, this woman likes it this way, and it's been made such a big deal about it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's a matter of taste, and it's good that people have got different tastes. I just hope it doesn't get too weird. You know what I'm saying? Haunted house, like, as long as it doesn't get too weird.
I don't think it will. I think it'll take care of itself. But I mean, if this is the price we have to, I hate to say it that way, if this is the price we have to pay, then the flat earth has a good chance of becoming popular, because it's just as absurd as transgenderism to some people. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that it's absurd. I'm just saying to some people it definitely is. You know, it's lunacy. It's crazy. Just like it is, just like flat earth is. And if that can make it, this can make it.
And with flat earth, there's a meme that I'm wondering, I was wanting to ask so someone can explain it to me. The meme where it says, no sleep till flat earth. Like, what does that mean? I don't, till flat earth, till we get there. Do you know what that meme means?
What? Say it again.
Have you heard the meme, no sleep?
Oh, that's the Beastie Boys. That's the Beastie Boys lyric. No sleep till Brooklyn.
Oh, okay, from that.
No sleep till Brooklyn.
Oh, okay. All right.
But somebody threw in flat earth instead.
Okay, well, that makes sense now. Anyway, what's your backstory, Haunted House? When did you start running these hangouts?
I don't know, like a year ago, I think.
You've been doing this for a year? Like these live hangouts?
About that.
Serious? Oh, wow. I mean...
Maybe 2016?
Yeah, last year.
I've been following this since May 2015.
Yeah, right. Same here, 2015. Geez, this whole Google Hangouts, I must have been living under a rock. I didn't even know this stuff existed.
I know, and then some guy, Justin Bernard, was doing these Hangouts, and I somehow figured it out and ended up talking to him live, having a live conversation. And then I slowly figured out how to do it. Nathan helped me figure out how to do it. Actually, Nathan walked me through it. That's how it happened.
And what's the experience been so far with all these Hangouts? It sounds like it must be good if you keep doing it.
It's a great outlet to speak to people around the world.
Yeah.
Around the plane. On the other side of the plane.
And do you get your regular callers? Do you get people that call, like your regular callers?
What do you mean by calling?
Like people that join your Hangout. Do you have regulars, or is it always different?
My fans?
Oh yeah, your fans. All right, your fans. Your fans, yeah.
I think there are some people that will show up. I do Hangouts like usually like a little bit later in odd hours of the day. Like this one started at like 4 a.m. or something, or 3:30 a.m. just because I was up. But on a regular basis, I don't really have any theme except for brutal honesty, harsh truth. Truth doesn't always have to be harsh, but anybody that comes on is allowed to speak their mind. No taboo subjects. I try to have at least a counterpoint, because it becomes an echo chamber. If it's just everyone going flat earth, yeah, flat earth, yeah, me too, flat earth, all right, see you later, flat earth, you, me, okay, let's go. But when someone comes along, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to convince Brenda of, I don't know, maybe. I don't think she doesn't want flat earth.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
So I don't think there's any amount of information that's going to change her mind. I mean, if she's convinced that the moon, the moon landings were real, I mean, geez, not even the people that supposedly went there don't even look convinced.
Yeah, no. Yeah, well, actually, she lost me on that one. I mean, she totally lost me when she said, excuse me, that she saw it on TV. That's when I'm like, oh no. Sorry,
I thought she was joking. I thought she was being contrary.
Facetious?
This
Yeah.
We've been here for so long experiencing that we can't quite fathom it when it actually happens. But yeah, she absolutely meant that. And I've never seen or never really believed in the IPS acid test when he started asking about, I forget which one, but Sandy Hook or 9/11 or whatever he asked her about. And at that point, I was like, actually, that acid test really is a good test. You know, you quickly.
Yeah, you know what you're in for. You know what you're in for.
They're basically a believer in the mainstream narratives, depending on how they answer that. And
I also figured it'd be interesting to have someone who's ungendered.
but she's not ungendered. She would call herself a woman.
A woman. That's right. That's right.
But I didn't know that. To me, I didn't know what I was talking to. I didn't know if she was a man or a woman, or if she was just a guy who has a feminine voice, which is kind of the case. But I didn't know she was post-op, meaning she got rid of her weenie and now has a front butt. To put it scientifically, of course.
Science, of course.
Well, ma'am, you can check it out. Now you do have a front butt. We did the front butt.
Wouldn't you be pissed if you were her, though? I mean, from a societal point of view,
yeah.
You know, somewhere in the 80s or 90s, someone's asked that question, what makes you a woman? Well, tits and a vagina. So you go and you get tits and a vagina, and then people say, no. At a fundamental level, you're still a male, so therefore your operation's meaningless.
Yeah, I wanted depth. I wanted to go deep. You know, I can't help it. I wanted to know why she thinks she's a woman, but you know, oh well.
She did very well. I was amazed how well she did.
Because
to tolerate all these questions, but she's probably had them 1,000 times.
Yeah, and actually, we should be pretty proud because she says she's joined lots of these and she's being treated like nothing but crap. And we're all very polite, and we did a great job, I think.
I was surprised when she said that she'd been booted. I don't know. I've seen her around a couple of times, but obviously I'm not following what she does. But to see, sorry, my kid's playing with a toy in the background. I'm in the kitchen.
I don't apologise for that.
So to see her say that she'd been booted, you think, God, I was being quite rude to her. You know, I thought at some point, you know, she's going to jump down my throat for being aggressive or being, you know, rude.
No, you did well. You did well, Nathan. It was good. You were challenging, but not in a rude way. And also, oh, that's right. I wanted to mention to you guys in the chat when she, yeah.
No, I was going to say this is how it should be. It shouldn't get crazy and like, you know, I shouldn't have to boot it. No one should have to be booted. Like if it can't be spoken, if it can't be a civil conversation, then we're all doing something wrong here. Flat ground doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right. And what was I going to say about when
you were going to say chat room. You started by saying in the chat.
Oh, thanks, Nathan. I'm not sure if Brenda was getting trolled, but someone in the chat was saying that it's a put on.
Oh,
I don't know if you.
Pete Shea thinks, he's like, oh, that's an actor.
Oh, okay. So,
like,
all right.
what?
So they're just being too conspiratorial, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks everyone's an actor and that nobody died on 9/11.
He's right. I mean, if he's on YouTube, I've said this loads of times, we are defined as actors by YouTube.
Oh, I love your picture, by the way, Nathan. What were you selling?
I like film, so I have no problem with actors. Problem with liars, but not actors.
The picture as in my avatar?
Yeah, your avatar.
Oh, that's interesting because of A4, and I wouldn't normally bring A4, but because he's talking about you. So he's saying you work for a media company, I forget how he phrased it. And I was like, well, no, I don't work for a media company. I've never worked for a media company, but there's me in a studio thinking he'll grab hold of that and go to town with it. But instead he was like, liar. I was like, hang on, this supports your story.
I know, and I've got a picture to prove it and everything. And now, oh shit! No, now he's going to say, no, that table behind you, that's fake. That's totally fake. That frame picture, that's fake.
Yeah, I just think he likes to push people to sort of see where they'll break. But I don't know, at heart, as much as a lot of people would probably disagree with me, deep down, Adam's a good guy. He just wants to kind of, be aggressive in his pulling out of people's bullshit. I don't really quite understand this logic, but I know deep down he's not trying to.
Yeah, but you can't. You know, there's a Nietzsche saying that says, when you're fighting the monsters, not to become a monster. When you're fighting monsters, try not to become a monster yourself. And he's got some monstrous tendencies, but that's all right. I don't care. It's all
yeah,
fun.
he has, and you're absolutely spot on with that. I've said that exact statement about him on video logs. He has basically turned into the very thing he's trying to fight against. But he's getting a lot better. He was horrendous. I mean, about 12 months ago, he was even worse, much worse. Now he's tolerable. You can actually engage in a conversation with him. He will still call me whatever's the flavor of the month. Currently a TV. What is it he calls us? Media agents or something. I don't know. Whatever that is, he'll accuse me of whatever that is at the time. But he'll still converse with me, which is a step forward in progress with Adam. And he's here to stay. He's around the same campfire. He might be the bonkers guy jumping around and screaming at people, but he's still around the same campfire.
You know what he reminds me of? It's like when you're playing a football game, right? So everyone's playing the game, and here's the streaker that just runs in between the game.
Yeah, that's right.
And I suppose you need a streaker. Everyone needs a streaker.
Yeah, I mean, I like the guy. I mean, I've said to him loads of times I'd interview him, and I think I still feel the same way. But sometimes he'll be in a chat and he'll just get aggravated by people banning him. And it's like, you're never going to ban A4. You must be joking. He's like a lot of the trolls. He's got a zillion accounts, so why even bother? Unfortunately, he's kind of here to stay, whether you like it or not. Inherent flaw in the YouTube platform in terms of people being able to have hundreds and hundreds of accounts. It seems crazy.
I'd say that's pretty time consuming. That'd take a bit of time, wouldn't it?
Nah, from what I understand, it takes minutes to make an account. It's been years since I set up an account. I've got 3 accounts. I set them all up before 2010. So, it was over 7 years ago. But from what I understand, it takes just seconds to make an account now. And again, from what I understand, you can make up to 10 accounts a day. Or an arbitrary figure that has a limit of, you can make that many accounts, but it's not like there should ever be a limit on an amount of accounts you should make. Surely one is enough. I mean, my accounts, I've got 3, but they're all active channels. They're all, I think the minimum I've got is 250,000 views on one of those channels. No one's ever heard of, but it's not like it's a stock account. 250,000 views on Oakley Cord, I think, is the least subscribed to, least viewed channel I've got. But that account, which I will occasionally use if someone bans me, JLB does the same. He uses his JLB extra account. If someone, and I'm an antagonist, I get banned quite frequently. Sometimes you want to get that last sentence into the chat room. So I go in and either Nathan Space Oakley or Oakley Cord, which if they get banned, that's it. I'm not going to spend any time producing stock accounts. If somebody doesn't want me in the chat room, it's like, well, okay, fine, I won't be here then.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be somewhere where I'm not, I don't want to be somewhere I'm not wanted.
Exactly. And I want them all. People don't like this, but I want positive, negative, detractors, trolls. Couldn't give a shit. The chat occasionally gets broadcast, and when it is, I'll be heavily moderating it. In the meantime, I'm kind of, who cares? Leave them to their own devices. Just let them fight. None of it's getting broadcast. That's just there to amuse people.
It's kind of when someone. Yeah, it's like kind of when someone tries to tickle you, and if you laugh, they'll keep doing it, but if they're tickling you and you don't laugh, they just stop.
Yep.
And that's what the trolls are, I guess. You know, they're trying to do that. If you don't care, where can they go with that?
Well, we're trolling globe earthers with flat earth when we go and do, or when we have gone and done chat raids, again organized by one man. But you've got things like chat raids where we are literally going in and trolling them, and we're getting the attention of the person who's making the video at the time, the person doing the live stream. Suddenly they're engrossed in what's happening in the chat room. And for me, I'm very rarely that compelled by what's going in the chat room, because I've normally got like this. I'm not engaged in the chat at all at the moment, because I've got two IPS is doing whatever he's doing, but you know, two people that are really engaging to talk to. So what interest have I got in the chat apart from saying hello once in a while to them? If there's carnage in the chat now, great. If it brings a few more viewers, who cares? It doesn't matter. It's not going to have any lasting influence other than the discord between two parties that maybe don't like each other. And in many ways, I encourage that. It's like, you know, I see people like Brenda as useful.
Yeah, I mean, I did take it down another road with Brenda, and I didn't know how anyone was going to respond, but it turned out, well, that's my experience in radio. You get to, because I do roundtables, so you really get to give people a voice. And I mean, I was the only Aussie Australian female on this American radio. It was quite a feat. Like, I gave myself a pat on the back for landing there, because it was just such a strange outcome. But yeah, I do things like that. I sometimes push things to see how far I can go, but in a really positive way, not in a way where I hurt anyone or anything. I just I like to push things, see how far I can go.
I'm sure you'll concur that you can go anywhere you like within reason.
Like queen on the chessboard, kind of. I can move where I want. And yeah, queen on a chessboard. Do you play chess?
Well, I was just going to say that's a very interesting conversation starter, because of talking about constructs and systems earlier. So the way you've just phrased it, being the queen on the chessboard. So I'm saying, you know, we've got the power within us to do whatever we like, but you've confined it as, yeah, we are like queens on the chessboard, you know, but we're still on the board. And what is the board? Well, the board isn't a guy in a black cloak. It's a system. It's a structure that we have to abide by. Therefore, the way we will do things is going to be coerced by systems as opposed to by men. Now, that's not to say that the men didn't create the systems. Men, androgynous, you know, men and women. Doesn't mean to say that these systems...
No, we're different.
Yeah, sure. But it's not to say that these systems weren't created by men at some stage. But they're in place already. In other words, the chessboard has been crafted, and we're just operating on that structure. You know, that's not to say that we can't, you know, fracture, splinter, change, scrub parts of the chessboard out, you know, and change the rules of the chess game. You know, all of those things are within our power. But unfortunately, you know, there are certain rules, some fundamental ones. Up is up and down is down, which we also argue about at a fundamental level in flat earth. But, you know, but the other constructs that are social constructs, we still have to abide by. You know, the most obvious being financial ones. You know, we all require money to do what we do in life. And it's something that we are subject to the divide and conquer, the Hegelian dialectic, in this specific area more than ever, because money is a key factor in anything's success. It's unfortunate. If the truth could just set you free, as we are led to believe, then things would be a lot easier. But unfortunately, it's not the case, because we're on a chessboard.
And do you know, I wrote a song about chess. Do you want to hear the words?
Yeah, love to.
Do you know how to play chess? Well, do you know how to play chess? Because it won't make sense. Oh, you do? Okay, cool. Oh, no, it was kind of a dirgy song. So it goes, do you want to play chess? I'll take that as a yes, please. Can you ease the squeeze? Because my king is in the corner and my rook is on the hook. Please excuse me while I take a look at my book on expert chess. Because more or less the pawn's going down. No chance at the crown. No chance at the queen. Now bishop. Now, nothing rhymes with bishop, but they're deadly and they're sneaky, and they're really, really sneaky. Because I didn't look. Bishop took my rook. Bishop saw my hand. Now I've got to turn it up. And I go, I know it's just a game, but now I know I'm winning. It's taken a lot of thinking for me to get to this point of grinning. Now, don't be a player hater, because I do what I do best, huh? So make a move now, so I can show you how God has got me blessed. Yeah.
Bravo. Awesome. Love it.
I'm sorry, I was checking that somebody put a link in the chat for a pineapple-shaped dinosaur. Do you have that typed or on your computer?
I was going to ask the same thing.
No, that's all off the top of my head.
Oh, all right. Because I was going to say, send it, copy it in Hangouts.
So is it a song? Can we hear that song somewhere?
I've got it recorded somewhere. It's really bad, very badly produced. I don't know how. Yeah, very badly.
Doesn't matter. You should stick it up on your YouTube channel.
Well, I should, but it's pretty out there. Like, there's lots of bells in it. It's like ding, 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 ding. Like, it's really dramatic music. And
sounds
when
awesome.
I wrote,
sounds absolutely awesome.
Yeah, when I was writing this type of music, I was in the suburbs, right? So I'm around blue pillars writing this like very kind of intellectual, trippy, you know, and yeah, I wasn't getting the best looks, put it that way. People were like, no, you can't do that. But so I've got it hidden somewhere. It's pretty trippy though, but it makes sense. If you play chess, you might appreciate it, because it is. Someone just wrote in the chat that chess is a man's game. I guess it is, but my dad taught me chess as a child, so chess is really quite, you know, I like chess. He built a chess table, he gave it to me, so it's close to my heart. So it might be a man's game, but perhaps my dad made me a chess table and showed me how to play chess, so that's my connection to it.
Yeah, I love it. My dad's obsessed with chess. He goes on chess.com and they rank them.
I can see one of those, is it?
Yeah, so he's obsessed.
He gets to level 12 on the computer.
I doubt it. I mean, they're ranked in like there's tens of thousands of people on chess.com, and you know, to get a decent ranking is stupendously difficult, because there's really good players on there, from what I understand. I don't play on chess.com. But yeah, but they're days and days, weeks and weeks. Some games go on for months and months and months. Amazing.
You know, I've played chess, believe it or not, I've actually played chess with Aleister Crowley's great-grand nephew.
Very cool.
A little place in St Kilda. So when I was doing the music and stuff, I was always out, different clubs, different places, different bars, you know. Anyway. And there was this little French bar in a place called St Kilda in Melbourne. And St Kilda, it's very, like, all the rich go there, but it's got this really dark underbelly. So there's like drug addicts and homeless. It's a really weird place, but it's very premium. And, you know, I used to hang out at St Kilda, a big tourist place for Melbourne. And there was a little French restaurant, and I used to go in there. And I overheard this guy talking about Aleister Crowley, and yeah, you know, his great grandson Matthew. His name is Matthew. No, yeah, Matthew Crowley. And no one knew who Crowley was. I did. I'm not a follower of Crowley, but I do know who Crowley is, right? And he wore this long trench jacket. He had a goatee, like he had curly hair and a mustache, and he'd wear this long coat. And we used to play chess at this little French restaurant. But I overheard him talking to another guy, and they were making innuendo about boys. And that's when I never saw him again. I thought you're a bunch of weirdos or something, because yeah, I overheard them making really weird innuendo. And that was my experience with the great grand nephew of Aleister Crowley. But
hey
again,
guys,
I hope that wasn't too long.
I'm going to play something here real fast. Apparently, it's Gem Panda's new video.
Hey guys.
Let's see.
Hi guys.
Hang on one. Arthur finds curve on his own huge testicle. Dread confirms the Big Bang Theory. Daphne and phone scandal. UK citizens race to save beached whale.
Oh, the last one.
That's so lame. Sorry, that was very lame. What was that exactly? Haunted house. What was that?
Gem Panda, a guy. He's a Glober.
Is it Glover?
He was the guy.
Oh, I couldn't tell.
I like the music. That was very newsworthy music. Yeah, Dread's going berserk on. Dude, Dread looked like a friggin'. He looked like a penguin, didn't he? For a second there.
Yeah.
Like it's right about there, like right here. Kind of. Let me just take it back. I thought it was going to be a penguin before I realized it was him. But the way his T-shirt and his dreads, you know, like black and white penguin.
Yeah, I see it.
And with this part right here, whatever that is, hat.
Dread Smackdown.
That's right there. Like here's the little beak. There's the body.
Yeah, right.
And it's like this is the white patch.
Oh my gosh.
Am I not the only one seeing that? Like,
yeah, I can see. I can see.
I overshow things sometimes. Like you see it right there, right. Yes, I fucking see it.
Yes,
I see it.
I take great offence to that as a black man. I feel quite offended.
No penguins.
It's just his hair and his T-shirt.
No penguins, man.
It's just hair and a T-shirt.
Yo, I ain't your motherfucking penguin, motherfuckers.
If you look like a penguin and you just look like a penguin because of the way you're sitting or something, we'd say that about you too, Nathan. So it's not.
But
Dread's funny. His smackdowns. I've listened to Dread when I'm driving a lot of times. He seems to be on in my mornings a lot, and it's funny. I don't know why people bag it. It's hilarious. It's just comedy relief. And he usually is right when he's exposing people. He's right on the money. I'm like, you got him like totally exposed them. It's good shit.
Who's the other guy? Who's this person?
Yeah, who is that?
Does anyone know who this is?
It's Matt.
Flatard? Flatard. Gem Panda. Wonka Wonka. He said Flatard. Sorry, I got to pull out the Wonka Wonka there. I like this, though. It's cool. Although I don't know if
and
I'm
what
living
does
on that.
FNN? What does FNN stand for?
No, I don't think he says.
Yeah, it would help to know.
This is FNN. Here are the headlines.
Yeah. What the fuck is FNN? Fake news network?
Flat Earth finds curve on his own huge testicle.
Insert laugh track.
Dread confirms the Big Bang Theory.
You tell him, Dread. Tell him, Dread.
Phone sex scandal.
Yeah, she's just fucking WT. I'm sorry. I don't really dig her that much. You know, she looks like a really huge girl, but maybe lost weight. And
Who is that?
it's got that same drink with apples and shit. And I told her she had a big mouth, and then she says it's actually really small. And I said, actually, you're kind of right. I'll erase that.
UK citizens race to save beached
Why
whale.
does someone get that picture?
And that's it. So that's it. It goes for 32 seconds, and that's it.
Oh, I threw it together on my way to work. What did you want from me? I like pandas, for fuck's sake. Not that funny.
We're gonna find out what FNN stands
Hey,
for.
Riley's like, you taking pictures of me? The fuck? He's got a hot tub? I want a hot tub. HP Media webcam, smart cam webcam, Media Smart.
How can I help you?
Hi, thank you for calling HP Media Smart webcam.
Oh, you do that really well. Too well. Who do you work for, Haunted House?
I'm an actor working for an agency.
Yeah,
Actors.
thought so.
I'm working for
Okay.
an agency that hires actors.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
It's called the AN
And when
Actor
is
Network.
this my audition? Is this my audition? Did I get the job?
I come over to the casting couch here.
Yeah. So here we are, and thanks for inviting me.
Nope.
Oh, I haven't disappointed.
No,
I wasn't too hard at Brenda.
you know, no females ever really. Well, Patricia does. She goes on camera, but not too many other females do.
Yeah, it has to be your. I think she stays very composed, and I've watched her and I noticed, you know, she's very composed. I don't know, but as far as putting the camera goes on, like if I was to put the camera on, it might look like I'm flirting or something. You know what I mean? It's like, and I do have a bit of a flirtatious nature, so I've got to be a little bit careful.
Got to ugly yourself up a little bit. What's up, guys?
Oh well, I wouldn't do that. No, I wouldn't do that. I'm too vain. I'm vain. I'm not a narcissist, but I'm very vain. But I'm not a narcissist, but I'm vain.
So you're not a narcissist, but you're okay.
Vain, yeah, because I can be vain and still be kind to people and considerate to people, and still be vain.
Yeah.
But a narcissist can't do that.
You probably think this song is about ya. It's over. You know that Mick Jagger's doing backup vocals on that song?
He's doing what?
Backup vocals?
But that song's already come out. What do you mean he's doing backups vocals?
Well, he's not. He's not going to do. He did backup vocals on it.
Oh, I was going to say, is he still alive, Mick Jagger?
Of course.
Oh.
I don't know how, but no, he's healthy.
Were you a Stones fan? Are you a Stones fan?
Just, I would say just as much as anybody else. I mean, I remember the Stones. It's like MTV came out, like 5 years old. Watching Start Me Up, watching him do the dance. Yep, just drive me up.
Did you used to walk around and do it as well?
A little bit.
When you're little? When you're little bit?
A little bit. A lot.
In your hypnagogic state? Still do. I still do.
Yeah, pulling some good. He's a great.
You just got the message.
He just pulls
Sorry,
off
go ahead.
some of the words he comes up with, or that he adds to. Some of the things he tacks onto the words. It's great.
Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been running hot tub.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was his shtick. That was his shtick. And yeah, I mean, he oozed confidence, but the way his looks and his confidence weren't congruent. I think that was part of their success. Same with Rod Stewart. Like, I can't even stand looking at. Is he still alive? Rod Stewart?
Who? Rod Stewart?
Yeah, Rod Stewart.
Rod Stupid. Rod Stupid is still alive.
Oh, he's still alive. He's still alive. What kind of music do you like? What's your star sign? What's your favorite color?
What's your favorite color?
What's your favorite color, mate?
I don't think I have
Right.
a color anymore.
What about music? What music do you like?
Good music. None of the bands that like anyone. I like Portishead.
Yeah, Portishead are great. They're very good. Portishead are good.
Drug rock, I would consider it. Psychedelic rock.
Yeah, psychedelic rock. Actually, you know what? If anyone's listening, if you want to listen to some very good drum and bass reggae with saxophone, like real saxophone, there's an Aussie artist. His name's WFX, and he's got a couple of new albums out. He started off as a street performer, and you know, he loops his own voice on some sort of Roland thing, and he is so low vibrational. I won't say high vibrational now, I mean low vibrational. His music is just phenomenal. Double Effects, should go, if anyone's listening, check him out. I don't have a wrench in your chat room, so I can't put a link. Did you notice how I emphasized that?
Oh,
I don't care, I don't know. Yeah, how dare you? Give me a wrench. I don't care, I seriously don't care.
I'll wrench you.
All right.
You know, well, as a drummer, I don't, you know, music that's got fake drums never really appealed to me. I mean, I get some of it's good, but on the whole, chances are, like, I like a classification of music that's really delayed reverb out. Like, I think there's a band called Dub Trio, like where it's slow. It's kind of slow, kind of got that reggae.
Dub Trio.
But the snare drum's got tons of reverb on it. It's just drenched in reverb. I think I could, some stuff that some of the stations around here, some of the college radio stations play. FMU and FUV. Play weird shit. Weird.
I tell you, it does a very good Australian accent.
DJ Shadow.
That's a drum and bass DJ. DJ Shadow, I think. No?
Yeah, sort of. Sort of. Well, yeah. He's just got good taste in music, and what he applies to it. I'm trying to find like an example. Now I can't find it.
I went and saw this gig once, Haunted House, and it was this DJ. He called himself DJ 606. And I don't really know what I was in for. I was just there with a group of mates going to see a drum and bass gig anyway. So this DJ 606, it was like nothing I had ever seen before. So what he did, he just put in like real pots and pans, like really crazy kind of just pots and pans and really unharmonic music. And then he'd just throw in something like a really popular song from the 80s or the 90s for about 10, 20 seconds. So a song that everybody would know, like absolutely everyone would know, but a really cool song, not necessarily like a Madonna song, like shitty song, something really cool that everyone would know. And he threw that in between, and everyone would kind of just stop. Anyway, as a DJ, he kind of would play with your perception of music. It was pretty interesting. But I could do it once. I couldn't go and watch it a lot, but it was interesting.
I used to have this album called Everything You Wanted to Know About the Moog, but Were Afraid to Ask.
The Moog?
Yeah. The Moog synthesizer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And Oh my God, what a cool album that was. It was like 3 or 4 classic tunes, like jazz tunes, all done with Moog synthesizer. Let me see if I can find it. And the album cover was sick, totally sick. It was all like an orchestra made of wires and patch cables. There it is.
Was there any lyrics or singing?
No, it was all
It just
instrumental.
music. Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, I gotta hit play. Sometimes I forget that. I like that right here. I felt like that a few times. Oh, I've never seen this album before. Okay, so they're taking.
Is that the first album? Let's have a look. Oh no, they've added some elements in there.
The Moog Cookbook was a cool album. This was like a concept album. I think the band Jellyfish did it. And they did a bunch of... See the songs they covered? Black Hole Sun, Buddy Holly by Weezer, Green Day. They just did a bunch of pop songs and they did it all on Moog synth.
I am the operator of my pocket calculator. Soundgarden. Soundgarden.
Yeah.
Black Hole Sun. Won't you know? What's that?
You're Tom Petty.
Yes, and Tom Petty. Competitive. That one I wasn't expecting lyrics over, but
Yeah,
didn't understand a word of that. Did you understand any of that?
I think it's all just simulating. But yeah,
I'll tell you what, there's some Moogs fans in your chat room, that's for sure. Like I am Fuzzy, he loves Moogs apparently. There's a few of them. Rebel got very excited when you started playing that stuff.
wonder if IPS.
Shout out to. He's painting. I bet you he's been listening this whole time and he's just been painting. What do you reckon? He disappeared hours ago. IPS, are you there? Because he hasn't hung up. He's still on the call.
Yeah, he must be asleep or something. Or maybe broadcasting. Let's see if he's
broadcasting in the car. He's broadcasting in the car.
Let me see if there's any other. Oh, what's his face? Stopped. Flat. Beyond the Imaginary Cave. It's like it blows my mind that ODD Reality's got 165 people watching. Almost at any given time. Rob Skiba, Robbie Davidson, Celebrate Truth, 33 people watching. But it's not live, it's just videos. Jamie Brown, Flat Earth Illuminati, Esoteric Chemtrails, Free Energy, Mandela Effect, etc. He makes videos and I can't understand anything, I can't really understand what he's saying. Jamie Brown. He's a bit of a mumbler.
I haven't seen your latest video. I'll have to have a look at that later. But I'll have to check that out later on.
You'll see what I mean. A bit odd to listen. Understand.
Totally, but yeah, he's from a totally different area to Nathan. Like their dialects, their accents really change from place to place in the UK, from what I understand. There's Jamie Brown. He's a good man.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got to cut his nails though.
Boy, what do you know about his nails?
He had his hands up in view of the camera, and I was like, ay. He had some long nails.
He might play guitar or something. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I know, that's what I was thinking too. I give him the benefit of the doubt. Like maybe he plays classic guitar and he needs those nails.
Classical guitar. I know. And why haven't you told us that you played classical guitar? That's what I want to know. Why are you keeping a secret?
Who, me?
No, Jamie Brown. That was too fast.
There's another guy. What's his name? I saw a video the other day. He called up NASA. Joseph Green, I think his name is.
Joseph Green, yeah.
It was pretty bad.
He called NASA.
Kind of pussied out a little bit. He got a little.
I didn't.
But he looked.
Are you? Yeah.
He looked kind of anorexic. Sorry, I'm being really judgmental right now. But the thumbnail, he looked really like emaciated, like super duper thin.
That's some people's build.
And his somebody actually made a comment. They're like, "Cut those nails," and he was like, "Oh yeah, I gotta cut my nails."
Oh, then he doesn't play classical guitar then. Otherwise, he would have said, "Oh no, I've got these long nails because I play classical guitar." Don't you think?
My dainty fingers and play classical gentle guitar.
I can play classical guitar. It's nice to just sit there and be able to pluck away, play classical music on your guitar. It's very nice, actually.
Nylon string?
Yeah, nylon. Nylons.
12 string? I'm not kidding.
I've got a 12 string. Yeah, no, I've got a 12 string downstairs as well from the 1970s, picked up from some op shop somewhere. Picked it up for a ridiculous price, like $25, and it turned out to be from the 70s in beautiful condition. 12 string guitar. And so you're a drummer. You know there are jokes about drummers, right?
Yes. How do you know a drummer?
Okay, because I wasn't sure. Well, I wasn't sure if drummers knew that there are jokes about drummers, but I'm just kidding. No, I've been in bands. I've been in plenty of bands.
How do you know a drummer's at the door?
Pardon?
How do you know a drummer's at the door?
Go on.
Don't know.
The knocking speeds up.
How do you know when a
Yes,
drummer's levels are correct?
Check out which side of his mouth the drool is coming out of.
Yeah.
Or
they're nice jokes.
For guitar players,
it's usually bass players that get stick, isn't it? For being
how many?
It's stick. Pardon the pun. No, it's drummers that get stick. Sorry, as you were.
How many guitar players does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Don't know.
One, while the world revolves around them.
Yeah, that's a good one. What about this? Why do drummers have a half ounce more brains than horses?
Why is that?
So they don't disgrace themselves at the parade.
At the what?
That's at the parade, so they don't disgrace themselves at the parade. That's a low blow.
Oh.
That's a low. What do you call? Oh yes, good one. What do you call a drummer that also raps?
What?
A beatboxer. I didn't make that up.
A beatboxer?
It was lame. I didn't make it up. It's a pretty lame one.
All right, I'll admit, I just looked on a web page for this one. What's the last thing a drummer says in a band? Hey, how about we one of my songs?
How about we what?
How about we try one of my songs?
Oh yeah. See, that's the type of drummer's jokes I remember.
Well, they didn't say that to Neil Peart though.
Or
He wrote all the Rush songs.
What was his name? The one that sang I can feel it coming in the air at night. What was
Phil
his
Collins.
name? Phil Collins, yeah. There's another drummer singer. And the drummer from Def Leppard only had one arm.
He was a good drummer.
Mm.
What do you call a drummer that breaks up with his girlfriend?
Don't know.
Homeless.
Yeah.
What do Ginger Baker and black coffee have in common?
Don't know.
They both suck without cream.
Yeah. That's another good one.
How many drummers does it take to change a light bulb? 1 to screw the bulb in, and 4 to talk about how much better Neil Peart could have done it. How do you get a drummer off your porch? Pay him $10 for the pizza.
Is any of this resonating for you? I know you love the word resonate, haunted house.
I don't
Is
know.
it resonating?
Oh, I found another word for my list. A tinfoil hat. I can't.
Yeah, I know. That's.
I won't go there.
I won't use it anymore. I promise.
Tinfoil hat is another one. Troll. Tinfoil hat. Troll. Resonant.
Gosh, while you were gone, we said those words so many times. when you were muted, we snuck those words in a lot.
Well, I think it's doggy time for me.
All right, I'm actually winding down myself.
You gonna leave this up?
Am I going to leave this up?
Yeah, because there's a great conversation with what's the face?
Oh, Brenda?
What's?
Maybe for like a day or two. A couple of days.
Cool. Gives me enough time to steal that bit.
Yeah.
Who's what's her face?
Brenda.
Who's what's her face? Oh, what's her face? Oh, jeez. Is that a term of endearment in the UK?
Just means what's the name.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This has been quite a marathon. What's the longest you guys have gone on one of these talks?
A day.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Nathan
incredible.
got the whatchamacallit, sun tracking.
I would assume, I'm going to say this, that I've got the record in that respect because I was up non-stop throughout the entire event monitoring it. So yeah, 24 hours solid.
I would like to do a test where somebody travels, whether they're in a helicopter or on a road, but tracks the sun, like stays with it. In other words, doesn't allow it to go down.
I'm sure Cox did that. Didn't they have that on a recent event? I wasn't watching TV at the time, but I heard about it through Flat Earthers that he was essentially chasing the sun in a very fast jet.
Cox?
I think so.
Cox.
Yeah.
Patricia Spear is in the chat. Alert.
Now shout out to Patricia.
I was going to do this earlier. Why don't you do a full-on shout out to everyone in your chat? You've got like quite a loyal audience. I'll start. You can jump in. So you got Ace McLeod. How you doing? Flatlander.
I'm going to throw.
Face. How you doing? Rebel. Gem Panda, obviously. How you doing? Good to see you all.
Mocky Love.
Mocky Love. Hello.
Hey, I'm going to throw the link for everyone listening. Let's do an experiment here. I'm going to put it out into the chat, and then everybody grab the link and jump into this Hangout and see what happens.
Hey Hooch, how's it going? Nicole, good to see you.
Does that sound like fun?
What do we do?
I'm just going to put
Eastman Hall, how you doing, Eastman Hall? Carl Stenbeck, good to see you. Dumpster Baby, what kind of name is that? Hello, Dumpster Baby.
Dumpster Baby.
That's awful. That's horrible.
Flat Money, good to see you.
That's rough, Dumpster Baby.
That is rough.
Dumpster Baby. Ghost Bandana Banana. Have you seen that avatar icon? That's like it's like a thin black line, and I think it's supposed to look like a hair on your screen. It's cool. It tricks me every time. Every time I see it, it's like, fuck, there's a hair on my screen, but it's just an icon.
Steve Anthony, good to see you.
You got punked.
Somebody jump.
I think Asa's on the call.
Who's your flatty? Good to see you. Remington Baby 2, Ghost Bandana Banana? Ghost Bandana Banana. Wow, what a name.
Bandana. There it is.
What's up, peoples?
Hey,
Asa.
Good morning. Nice. I feel like I'm in
Think
California.
for yourselves. How you doing? Mac Noodles. Critical Thinking always is in your chat. Gossip Pig. How you doing? YouTube. Hello.
The Hello.
Francis Zazu, good to see you.
Hello.
James Bong, wicked name.
Hello.
Awesome.
Shay Smith. Oh, Shay Smith wanted to jump in before. Tupac.
Adam Abandum. Is that right? Abandum. How do you say that? Abandum.
Where do you see all these people? Oh,
It's in
Adam,
in your chat.
you scrolled up.
Where are you seeing all these people? In your chat.
Shay Smith, good to see you. Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes, good to see you.
Yo, Jem's video, FNN. That shit is so funny though. He's like, Dredd finds out about the Big Bang, and he's like, motherfucker.
That was the funniest part.
Dude, can you play it?
Funniest
Can you
part.
play it again? It's just literally that 5 seconds where Dredd losing his mind. It's the funniest fucking part in the whole. Just hearing it is so great.
Acacia Crescent Moon says Dodo. Is Pete Shea in your chat? Have I missed him?
No, his information's spreading. He's getting a following.
Spreading its wings and
Yeah. Don't give him any ideas. Oh,
actually, weren't dodos land animals? They didn't fly, did they? That's why they went extinct, because they were so easy to catch.
and that's why they're the map, because they're land animals.
P-Shea couldn't handle the transgender.
Dude, my opinion on Pete Shea is he is the Black Pope. Like, he is literally in the Vatican broadcasting. Like, you know what I mean? We all think he's joking, and he's like, they all think I'm joking.
Is he black? Like...
No, the Black Pope. You know, you never heard of the Black Pope?
Nope.
The Black Pope is like alternative to the White Pope, which is who you see in the streets.
Like the hidden Pope.
So the hidden Pope is the Black Pope. He's
the guy I was talking about earlier with
shadow.
the dark cloak on that stands over people and conducts us like an orchestra.
That's the Grim Reaper.
No, Grim Reaper comes along and ends it all and takes you to the Netherlands.
Yeah. Well, he's got a production.
Earth finds curve on his own huge testicle. Dredd confirms the Big Bang Theory.
That's the great.
I tell you, I love Dredd.
That's the best. That's the best shit ever, dude. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh, dude, Jem's a fucking genius, man. I've always noticed it. I don't know how anyone ever missed it, man. That motherfucker is a genius.
I didn't miss a beat. The first time I heard him, I was driving and
Pardon me.
I was laughing by myself, and you know, you don't usually laugh when you're by yourself, you know, but I laughed when I saw Dredd. I'm like, he's on it. He's got his finger right in the pulse. He exposes him.
I know.
Dredd is on.
Dredd is on point. When I first came on, actually, I went on his show, and I was so happy. I was like, "Yo, there's a whole community of awesome people out here." I was like, "So, you know, welcome to the show," kind of thing. And he was like, "You know, we were cool." And then he's been kicking ass since. But I think what Jem did though, that shit is too funny, man. Because like I was saying even yesterday, like, you know, and I fucking love Dredd, and I love all kinds of people. Like, you know, I just know for certain people, certain stuff that he does is fodder for their sense of humor. And like, you know, Jem made a fair point right there with the Big Bang. Oh, that's so good. That's so funny.
I mean, Jem's been in Flat Earth for longer than almost all of us. I mean, although I say in Flat Earth, he came across it in 2008 on some Islam videos, and he was explaining this to me after I explained to him that Charles, Flat Earth Math, has been in Flat Earth since 2006. And he was explaining to me that the people he was debating back in 2006 have all gone.
Right.
Have all gone what?
Crazy?
No, just not here anymore. I mean, you know, he as far as that's obviously just taking Charles at his word, but he was saying that all the people who were debating it and were prevalent and releasing articles no longer release articles and all essentially underground now, don't make any song and dance about
I think what happened though was that everyone got scared. And I really feel like this last year, this whole like crust of fear that has covered this conversation has dissipated and has been broken off, I feel like. And that's kind of what's happening. I think what helped with that actually is Dredd and Bro Sanchez bringing in 200 viewers at a pop, and like, you know, and then IPS. It's like all the numbers just, I think, make people feel a little bit more safe. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those people Math was debating are in sock accounts. You know what I mean? Like probably just observing what's going on, but they walked away from the as a lot of, I almost did. I got scared. I was like, wait a minute, who the fuck and what the fuck am I dealing with here?
Yeah.
But then you realize, I don't know, for myself, it's like, you know, I don't know. I've always been like, well, fuck it. What, you know, come and get me then. What's up? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like what? Let's see.
No fear.
Well, you know, I mean, I have healthy respect for fucking entities and shit, but I'm saying, like, you know, we shouldn't we be allowed to speak? Shouldn't we be allowed to talk on these subjects? Like, it's a shame that so many people disappeared. I've seen a bunch of people disappear this year. You know, like Tone Overdrive and fucking Yika and those guys. I mean, like I don't know, like even Tone and them, they were like, oh, they came out to hang out. They were inspired by those of us that were hanging out. And then, like, you know, they got scared away by a bunch of people that are fucking weirdos. So, I'm not surprised they disappeared.
Some people don't.
And you're not getting scared away, Issa?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've been scared away. And then I came back. That's why I can't. That's why I look at it like this whole Promethean reclamation thing. It's like, look, it's like we're gonna take your symbols then, because like, you know, it's just about, we're not gonna let this stuff lord over us.
Yeah.
And that's really, you know.
Issa's a true believer.
Hey, Sunshine, what up, brother? How you been, man?
Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled by the numbers, the live numbers of fools watching idiots and charlatans on YouTube.
Hey, no doubt. I mean, fucking, have you seen that guy selling fucking? No, I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of shills out here. I don't think it's in. There's a lot. Like, I wonder sometimes why people aren't going after the Coriolis people down in Ecuador. You know, lying about
people watching Dread. The people watching Dread as well as Dread. Not only bad for Flat Earth. It's just absolute. Just fucking mental illness is what it is. So really, all of the people that continuously watch this are nobody. They have nothing to add to the conversation except that it makes them emotionally feel better to listen to the content, and that's what we have. Issa, if you like to see 1,000 idiots sit into a chat and you think that means something, then you should really reconsider what you're doing out here.
Well, I mean, it's a pastime for in the broadest sense. It's a pastime for those of us.
Yeah, it's entertainment. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But you know what? A lot of people took it as if this is the truth. We're gonna go take down NASA, and a lot of people actually take that shit seriously. You guys will never take down anything but yourself and your own fucking time and sanity, dude. This is stupid.
Well,
this is really dumb.
You can't build on a destructive idea. That's the thing. You can't build on an idea that like you can't come together on the notion that you're going to tear down something else. Like a lot of people do, but it's never successful because the initiative is never growing. It's always like, you know, well, we've got our sights on this particular enemy, and that's not what sustains life. And I think that's really, I know, like that's why I think I'm out here in a sense, is just to show an alternative to the way to deal with some of this shit, because I've, you know, like you're right, bro. I've, you know, it's like
here's Carl the fucking snipe.
Well, don't snipe.
Yeah, but there's also got to leave room for humor and just not taking things too seriously. That's the problem with other flat earthers that are just trying to take people out and just taking it all too seriously. I think that's been part of the problem with people, is just taking life too seriously and just being so easily triggered. I think that's the lesson. It's almost like a mirror where you get mirrored back what you need to work on yourself about.
Yeah, I think that's why the semantics issue came up for me, because it's like I saw so many people getting lost in the semantics of arguments, and all of a sudden down some weird lane of ideas, because like, you know, they like I said, it's a destructive concept that brings people together, that, you know, it's like that common enemy. That's why I think, like, when I hear people talk about, oh, we got to take out NASA, it's like, okay, there's your, you know, my enemy's enemy is my friend. And that's how they're going to divide people. And like, you know, and that's like the point is that they're going up against a monolith that doesn't give a shit. And it'll destroy, it'll eat you up. And that's why that's why I talk about
the claims are false. That's the big objective here. Is that if everything that flat earthers are saying, because the shape of the earth is objectively not flat and it is a sphere, everything that they say is false. Everything that they do towards NASA, towards any kind of government, is just misdirected hostility. Their grievances are their ignorances. Okay, that's all it is. And they've been misled by people on YouTube. And Issa, now you are contributing to more people being misled. Okay, so really, it's time for people with half a brain to wake up to this bullshit.
Completely disagree.
I don't care
with that and the work Issa's doing. Like, if you don't see the depth of the work he's doing, and
I do see it. It doesn't matter. It's flat Earth. Okay, and flat Earth isn't the truth. Okay, do you understand that you guys are spitting lies and perpetrating them?
No, we're just asking. A lot of us are just asking questions.
No, you're not asking any questions. You've dogmatically figured out that the Earth isn't a sphere, right? And you guys have done such great Eric Dubé and Mark Sargent research that you now know everything about the sphere Earth, even though you have absolutely zero debunks of it. You have zero predictive capability on any flat Earth map or prediction or anything like that. Because it's a fucking joke. And the people that leave after 2006, 2008 is because people start to figure out that this is bullshit. They continue to do it for years and years with their lives, and they say, hey, you know what? This probably isn't going anywhere. Maybe I should stop doing this.
Well, you know what I think, though? I think a lot of people figure out, or they start coming across the idea. This is what I think. People get into it, and then they come across the notion that, wait a minute, is Mark Sargent, Eric Dubé, and all them fucking lying to me? Am I getting tricked by YouTube and some marketing ploy? That's what I did. And I thought to myself, whoa, 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 and I fucking had to reel back. And then, honestly, that's why I've been kind of harping on this lately, is the idea, well, it's like, well, wait a minute. You know, is Mark Sargent older than William Blake, who wrote a Flat Earth poem? Is he older than the Quran? Is it older than the Bible? You know, this idea.
Dude, your arguments are stale. Your arguments are stale. They continue to be brought up.
How about this?
That doesn't mean anything. And you know what? I don't care, dude. If it's the Quran that was talking about the flat Earth, how come it's been thousands of years then, and we don't have any kind of map or model or anything that represents our reality as we do with the sphere model? How come that happens?
Well, the azimuthal equidistant map is 1,000 years old. It's from 1000 AD.
And it's not in the southern hemisphere. It completely discombobulates, dude. So what?
I'm just saying the map is there.
So is the globe. The globe pushes everything out from the center, and that's not right. Nobody can verify the globe. We just take it on faith. That's the way it's supposed to be.
No. The whole thing about taking something on faith with a flat earther is absolutely bizarre and ridiculous, and it's just insane because, guys, there's thousands of pictures and videos of the sphere Earth. You don't have to believe it. But the thing is once you disbelieve all of those and then start believing in something that you have zero pictures of, you've completely lost your fucking mind, okay? There's no evidence, there's no proof of a fucking flat Earth. It's pathetic.
The personal experience is what does it, man. We experience.
No, you know what? This chick, you don't know me, I don't know you, okay? But when I just popped on, right? Just let me talk, because I'm actually talking.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I hear people like Issa, and they fucking have this pipe dream, like this is going somewhere, and IPS has 200 live trolls in his fucking chat. Oh, yay. There's 250 today. Who gives a fuck?
I'm saying it took away
it's not the truth, number one. Number two, you guys are going to squibble for years and years and waste fucking your lives doing this. And the funny thing about it is, it's probably a psyop perpetrated by the people that you're supposedly against. So the joke continues to be on you.
Well, that's why.
No, the joke is actually on you, and I'll tell you why.
How so?
The rest of us, because the rest of us are exploring together, being creative, having discussions like.
That's your thought of flat Earth. When people on the outside look at flat Earth, they see a bunch of dogmatic idiots that just.
But hold on a second. But it's not full of idiots.
Yeah, it
idiots
is.
are going to be there's people on this call I don't think are idiots, who I think are very enlightened and very smart people. I don't think any of us have claimed we know unequivocally what it is, but our senses, and there's a lot of us weren't convinced into it. A lot of us instinctively knew it. There's a difference, and I don't know who you are, Timothy, and I'm probably the first time you've heard of me too, but we're all having a really good time as well. I shouldn't speak for everyone else, but for me, it's been good to be intellectually stimulated. And you're probably laughing right now because you're like, well, you think the earth is flat. How can you possibly have any semblance of intellectual ability? But you have to be part of it. You have to know it's not a waste of time. And, if people don't have the discernment to know the difference, then that's something personal they need to work on themselves. Flat earth or no flat earth.
So yeah, I've been in this for 2.5 years, and I've observed all different types of behaviors and everybody's little pipe dream of what it means to them. And what I really see from a fucking unbiased person looking at people interacting in an echo chamber, what I see is people turn dogmatic to a new belief, to a new paradigm and axiom set, where they have absolutely no justification besides saying, hey, go look at Eric Dubé's video, okay? So when you think it's some like intellectual fucking expedition, right, the flat earth, really you have to objectively look at it. If it isn't the truth, are you guys really being enlightened by a bunch of lies and misnomers and logical fallacies? Like, that doesn't impress me at all. Okay, and everything that I found in the flat earth that you guys, why you think it's the flat earth, is absolutely ridiculous, and it has an explanation. And at the end of the day, if you don't want to believe in that explanation, then you believe in something that you cannot justify. Okay, people that believe in the sphere and actually have justification for it can. Okay, but there will never be that for the flat earth.
You could ask I'm sure if I asked you, what's the heliocentric model? I know you'll answer. But if I go up to someone who's just naturally thinks we live on a ball, and I say, do you know what the heliocentric model is? They won't even know. They don't
yes,
even
because
know
you know what? People don't care. This is a very intricate subject, okay? This is like asking a 4-year-old about a fucking transmission. I mean, there are very, very intricate things that happen on Earth, and we're talking about cosmogony, cosmology, we're talking about geodesy. Some of these things, astronomy, are like some of the most intricate subjects, but they all get lumped into one, right? Nobody actually understands anything about the fucking subjects that they think that they do. Geodesy, for one, most flat earthers don't even know what that means, right?
That's a great
geodetic surveying equipment. Has any flat earther ever used geodetic surveying equipment? We're talking about the profession that literally would be the thing to go look at it if you're questioning the shape of the earth, right? And let's get something really clear really quick here, is that when somebody starts saying, oh, heliocentric, maybe it's geocentric, right? That is in relation to a sphere earth, okay? All of these geocentrists of the past, whatever, we're not talking about a flat, motionless plane, okay? And that gets conflated into it. So really, the objective question here, because some people think the earth is flat and some people don't, is heliocentrism doesn't even need to be brought into it. Dark matter doesn't even need to be brought into it. Because we're talking about the shape of the earth. We're not talking about the universe, okay? So it's very clear when you can make logical inferences, such as there are 2 celestial poles, there are arc star trails and fucking every star going around those poles. So these things would make people, you have to be led to believe it, okay? And that's how you make a logical inference.
Can you
like there's no logical inference in the flat earth except, oh, I just believe it because I'm a conspiracy theorist.
There are too many unanswered questions, because the
why did we become a kid again and start asking a bunch of questions to first of all to layman's on the internet instead of actually doing research? Every time I talk to a flat earther, they're like 10 steps behind me. They have absolutely no, like literally I could argue
Yes,
what they should believe better than them.
Can I answer that though? Because we're still in the baby steps phase.
It's been like 3 years. How many, when are we going to take some steps?
Serious? Maybe it's going to take a little longer.
What are you trying to achieve? What do you think we should be achieving? Steps towards what?
Well, you're telling people, you're completely changing people's lives and their life path, okay? And their world beliefs. Listen, their world beliefs. No, I understand that they do it, okay? But at the end of the day, if you continue to perpetrate it and be in this lovey-dovey pipe dream kind of fucking mentality, well, then it's going to, listen, this is the part of the problem. You are part of the problem because if the community didn't exist, these people wouldn't be in the community. They wouldn't believe in this shit. They wouldn't have changed their whole fucking lives to believe in this and push out family and friends and for what? For lies?
Well, that's their discernment.
Oh, that's their fault. Okay. Well, let's continue to perpetrate something that seems to, on large, be fucking detrimental to people's lives. Let's continue to do that, guys, because it makes you feel all good and warm and fucking fuzzy inside, right?
Don't come from that angle, though, like you're trying to do like...
No, I do, because I see a lot of these people, and you're fucking their fucking minds up. Not you exactly personally, but the perpetration of this stupid fucking idea.
But wait a minute, Tim, you can't come from that angle like you're trying to do the world a service or something like that by protecting...
Oh, no, I'll come from a different angle than that I'm doing a disservice to the earth, okay? Yeah, sure. What does that mean, dude?
Well, you don't think that this conversation is
concerned with what they think. It doesn't matter what they think. Look on the screen.
I'm talking to people that are perpetrating bullshit that actually has a net result of a lot of people turning dogmatic and a lot of people ruining their lives. Okay? Can we talk about that point where I'm talking to people that are adults that believe the fucking earth is flat?
How does this affect your daily life, though?
How does it affect my daily life? Yeah. Well, I'm here right now. I woke up and I saw that you had just posted a live link, and then Issa comes on and starts talking his normal garbage. So I came on. So it's now affecting my life.
But you chose for it to affect you.
Yeah, that's neither here nor there. I'm not asking for justification for why I'm here, am I?
But there's got to be,
because you're saying the masses are going to be affected by us, and you're then conflating that to you being part of the masses. You're now affected. You're now here. So to then say, "Wow."
No, he asked me how it affects my life. I'm saying, well, now I'm here. So that's part of the reason why it's affecting my life. I'm here talking to you now. Okay.
Okay. So what's so bad about that?
So it's like a thought crime. In other words, it's a thought crime that we're doing this. Is that how you feel, Timothy? It's a crime. We're affecting other people. We're ruining people's lives.
I never said that it was a thought crime. I'm just saying that the perpetration of this idea, this meme,
we're not
is a Trojan horse.
We are not grabbing. Well, no, we're not grabbing people out of their homes and saying.
I never said you did. Okay, never said you did.
This is the thing. It's called free will and true will. If people want to steer their free will and then they realize, no, actually it is a ball and I want to go back to the ball, it's not harming anybody.
And that is, again, neither here nor there.
No, hold on, Timothy. If you're going to argue have the argument that you're affecting people intellectually, well, got to say on the globe there's not a lot of intellectual activity going on. So that can't be an argument either.
Oh, really? On the globe? On this sphere Earth that we live on, nobody's putting satellites into fucking orbit. No, nothing. No, nobody's doing any intellectual anything. Okay? And really, this is the joke. Listen, this is the joke. Is that people, hold on. People in the Flat Earth conspiracy crowd think that there's going to be this huge globe defense, right? In the conspiracy crowd. Like, the only people that have tried to come against you guys are conspiracy theorists saying, listen, this is a Trojan horse meme, dude. This is a psyop. This is bullshit, okay? And most normal people don't come to the conspiracy crowd to start fucking talking a bunch of shit with idiots. They don't do that. That's not true, though, is it?
That's simply not true. We've had
I said most people, there's 7 billion people on the earth, Nathan, okay? So is there 7 billion people on fucking YouTube, like in the whole flat Earth meme?
No, but several million people watched a news
Okay, so
reporter
most
go and,
people,
hold on,
my
I'm answering
statement is
questions.
qualified. Very good.
No,
Go ahead.
not at all. There's several million people who are exposed to a flat Earth sign that a reporter had to go and battle against and defend. So you're saying there's no defense, it's just conspiratards defending against other us conspiratards in your view. Well, no, there's mainstream news reporters in front of cameras talking to the masses, saying, look at this flat Earth sign. What do you think, Mr. Member of the general public? Well, is that just a conspiratard, that reporter? Of course not.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it spans from the original question I asked you, which is what progress do you think we should be making? You said it's been 2 years. Where are you supposed to be? And I phrased that as a question. You ignored it and rambled on about some nonsense.
Yeah, Nathan, it's all going to be nonsense to you because for some reason you're still in this. You're still shilling the fucking flat Earth psyop, sophism, Trojan horse meme. So I congratulate you that you are an adult and you are continuing to push this bullshit.
Yeah, Helena.
Congrats.
Helena raised a good point,
Thanks.
though. Helena raised a good point. What is the most people in this in the world that we're living in have never questioned anything. So how could it be a disservice for them to then question the globe? Question the globe.
It's always these pathetic fucking questions. Because really, it's an excellent question if that's what would have happened. Okay, if I would have seen a bunch of people go and question and say, "Hey, how do we really know? Like philosophically, how do we really know that it is a sphere?" And then they went and did unbiased, impartial research. Hold on. Unbiased and impartial research on the matter. They were really determined to figure it out, right?
Well, the conversation is changing. Conversation is going that direction.
How is it changing? Are we doing more memes now? Are we doing more penguin memes?
How about this?
What are we doing?
Is there not a much more general openness towards dealing with people? I've noticed that there's an opening of the conversation lanes, which is what I'm happy to see.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, like this is that.
No, it's been closed. Okay, every fucking flat earther, they just ban everybody that's in the chat.
I've seen that, and that's where I think it's opening up, though, and I think that people are more.
Oh, that's where it's opening up. The echo chamber is just completely opening up.
Your microphone's really hot, Timothy. Your microphone's really hot.
It's really loud.
That's how I roll.
I know.
No, it's hot.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with people questioning science, and you can't come along and say, "Hey, guys, you went too far. You just got to stop questioning." All the things that don't hold up to scrutiny. Just leave them alone and turn around and leave.
Listen, what holds up to scrutiny to you doesn't exactly hold up to scrutiny to the rest of the people. So this is what it is. The standards of proof and evidence for a flat earther is literally shooting a flat earther up onto a rocket. That's exactly what it is.
Sure, I'd agree with that.
Hold up to scrutiny, we wouldn't be here. And this just seems to me like in the past 3 years, the numbers have increased. And it
doesn't hold up to scrutiny to you, okay?
No, but
you.
That's all I've got to go on. That's all I'm content to be.
You're
satisfying.
biased.
Well, no, I'm not biased. I'm just saying all I'm content to satisfy is my own judgment. You've assessed the evidence and come to your own judgment, and that's good. And I'm prepared to do the same thing. I'm not prepared to force my judgment upon you. That's not fair or reasonable. But you're saying that we are. That's what you're saying. We've got this Trojan horse meat. Trojan. We should say it. Trojan.
I said, wait. You say that I'm saying that you forced it on me? Is that what you're now implying?
Well, when you conflated you to being on the panel because you're affected by it, yeah. In that respect.
No. Now you're conflating. No, Give me a break.
You're saying that you're hurt by all these people being misled.
I never said that. See, you know what? Why I'm leaving? Because even the more intellectual people that I talk to, like Cathexis and Gem Panda, they misrepresent things that I say. Like, quite literally, I have conversations with people, and they can't even follow simple context. So you know what, guys? Have a great day. I appreciate it. If you ever want to go and listen to what I actually said, and then how you guys want to go and take it out of context or say things that are just neither here nor there, go and re-listen to what just happened.
One of your channels is gone. You've taken all the videos down.
All of them will be.
But you've taken all your videos down. That's a shame. Oh, what a shame. Yeah. I don't know. Again, like Brenda, he's as valuable as the next man in terms of his detraction. Because without people like Tim Osman and Brenda, we have a circle jerk of people agreeing with each other. You have to have people disagreeing in order to have a debate.
Well, also too, it's like, yo, look at it like this. I think of it like this: if flat earthers, if anyone thinks, I don't know, if we think of doing like a public service by like, you know, disclosing all this information or whatever, like, it's almost like you can't disclose the information without the conversation. It's like, you know, even for myself in regards to something like law, right? Like if somebody asked me a question, I could talk for 10 hours based around that initial, you know, the postulation. And same thing with this is that you can't express the details of flat earth without somebody that doesn't believe in flat earth to ask the question. You know what I mean? Unless you're just going to go over the facts again every day. But the beauty in this is that when somebody sparks up an interesting point, then, you know, that's the coolest part about this conversation is, you know, it's that at any angle, somebody could come in and from any angle, we could be talking about boats on the horizon. We could be talking about satellites. We could be talking about, and all those intricacies of those conversations get highlighted in the debate.
Yeah, I mean, one of the points that Tim Osman continually raises is that it's a Trojan horse meme. And when you hear it sort of in the way he puts it, because he's a detractor from flat earth, most people will ignore that message. And you kind of, I listen to it and go, well, how can I look at it from an outside perspective and say, how has flat earth, in air quotes, been packaged up and positioned? And you can easily see, how he's got a point. You know, you can easily see how his point's valid.
Oh, for real? 100%. I thought it was YouTube. I thought I got YouTube tricked.
Yeah, but okay, then what made you come back, Issa? What made you thought you were tricked? Then when did you realize you weren't being tricked?
Because when I became for me, when I became a flat earther, there's nobody that's gonna not make me a fucking not a flat earther. Like, you know, when I made that choice, it wasn't so. It was based on my information, looking into the way I see it, understanding my own perspective and relationship to the world, and choosing me over the rest of the world. And so for me, that it's like, you know, cut and dry. Unless I come to other information. Now, granted, you get into geodetic surveying and you start talking to cathexis for too long, and pretty soon you're gonna swear that fucking Matrix Decode caught the curvature on film. But the point is, I don't fucking think so, and I'm sticking to my guns. And so I think of it just like, you know, I'm down. That's the whole thing is, I don't know. For me, it was that. And forgive me, I'm kind of
you've got the same view on it as me, Issa, which is how I was trying to phrase it to Brenda, which is that you get a stack of evidence and you can't just say, well, there's a bigger stack on this side than this side. You just have to analyze it and look at it and decide for yourself. In other words, you be your own judge on the evidence that's presented to you and to say, well, you don't know about geodetic. Okay, at some stage that would be true. And you could say, no, I've never looked at it. I have no idea what it means. You go and look at it and go, right, well, what they're presenting suggests global Earth. Therefore, global Earth.
Their information dictates it's a globe from the beginning. Their mathematics does. So it's like, you know, that's where you realize, like, wait a minute. And then, so I look at it like, you know, I'm scared of no conversation in regards to any of this because I think flat Earth still wins it. I'm like, you know, what's your fucking, what is it? You know, like I said yesterday, I said, look, they have to go make lists. They're forced to go make lists of shit to bring up. And we don't. We just have to address the facts as they're presented. You know what I mean? We don't need a fucking a routine. Like, you know, there's a troll list of shit to talk about. And like, you know, you hear him, like, you know, when you hear Tim almost pull it out and read from it, you know, with mistakes and all.
You know how he uses the analogy of the Trojan horse? I mean, we all know what Trojan horse is with the Greeks, right? And the Spartans and the wooden horse. Okay, so we know the analogy of it. Why would flat Earth be a Trojan horse?
Because it breaks people's paradigm. It breaks their life. Some people cannot understand. Some people, on hearing that 9/11 might have been an inside job, lose their fucking mind. I've seen it. I was part of it in 2005, 2006, whatever, when we were talking about
Issa, let me clear something up really quickly, because that's part of the reason why I won't talk to cathexis again. Making shit up like the lists thing. First of all, flat earthers do have lists. First of all, he said that for me, admitted that I did for me. The only 2 times that I had lists was when I was taught. There was a private conversation with Dell when I literally sat for 20 minutes, thought of things that I could bring up to him.
Oh, yeah,
So that was a conversation.
I'm
Okay,
thinking of rare
listen real quick.
circumstances.
Listen real quick. No. So that was one time. There was another time, the logic session with Dell, because I was trying to get through to Dell. So what people like to sell me short for is I literally wasn't fed. I was in debates for fucking over a year, dude. Okay,
Oh, no doubt.
so
You're
people
on your feet.
think that I have 10 things that I could rattle off to anyone in real life at any time. Okay, because I've done the research, I've debated the topic. So don't fucking sell me short and say that I have to have some script to have a dynamic conversation with anybody in the flat Earth.
Well, hold on, Tim. You're right, because first off, I would hope that you would know that generally everyone already thinks more of you than that. I don't think you're.
No. I just heard you say otherwise. So stop saying my name with bullshit. All right.
Listen to me. Okay, you just admitted that you've read from a list before, and all I'm talking about is that those particular instances when I've heard that and I've thought to myself, oh, it's someone's reading, and that's, I know Timmy just left, but the thing is, and you know, Timmy is a fucking smart man is in this conversation. I'm not saying you need a list, and neither does any of them. But I'm saying is that it seems to me that flat earthers, their adversary out here, has to have a list. Now, granted, some people like flat earthers may have a list of Eric Dubay's 200 proofs that they whip out if they got to fucking talk flat earth with somebody. I don't know, but from in the debate thing, I think that flat earthers are we're always on our toes because you never know who's going to come in and bring up a subject from refraction to scintillation to fucking, to arc, you know what I mean, to sagittas, to, you know what I mean, to the finer workings of electronics and electromagnetism and you know what I mean? Like, we've got to cover a whole bunch of shit. So, you get somebody that picks one area and then comes in and wants to.
I think what you said, Issa, was fairly innocent and he was being overly defensive. But I don't know if he's overly pissed off today, but rather than letting it descend into a massive row, he's just dropping from the call.
Well, look, to cater to that, because I don't want, that's my brother right there. Tim Osman is my brother. I fucking love that kid. And fucking, I hope he knows it.
Yeah, he's plenty pissed, but I don't think he's pissed at you.
Right, but I would just, I say, when I talk shit about Tim or whatever, if I'm saying he reads from a list or anything like that, it's only because I'm saying it in the sense that I would, I think in a brotherly fashion. I would hope he wouldn't take it like I'm thinking he's anything less.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows you mean no disrespect, but it probably just came off that way. He's jumped on, corrected you, and then fucked off immediately. But I don't know. If he by his tone, he's something's pissed him off. If it's us, fair enough. But maybe it's not. Maybe it is. I don't know. But he seems in a pissed off mood. Let's put it that way. So
he can't really walk away from this, though. I mean, look at how much attention he gets by opposing this, whether he believes it or not. And I truly think he believes that the Earth is a sphere. But how convenient, He's not going to go anywhere else with that information. He's going to come right here. So without flat Earth, what does he have? He's just got himself doing what he does.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, like I've said before, Tim is a worthy adversary in having this discussion, because people need to have this discussion. It's like when I literally flat smacked this chick the other night. It was literally, I watched like her third eye peel open. It was crazy, and she was down, like she's already on the other side of things. So when I said that, what's up?
So I was just from Tim Osman, because I know we'll move on from him now, but that's a very recent thing. You were on the stage with him on I've forgotten, Free Chan. You saw how intolerable he could be. Yeah. He's got much better of late. Much better.
Yo, Jem too. I think everyone has refined themselves. It's
pleasure. I agree with that.
Yeah,
Jem was never that terrible. Jem always got made out to be terrible, and I watched him getting banned.
Oh no, I saw him say some brutal fucking shit. He said some brutal shit to me the first day I came in, and I had to.
See, I never saw that.
Oh my god, bro! No, dude, vile beyond. Like he was like, "Well, you would say that because you're a," and I'm not even gonna say it. I was just like, "Are you?" I just met him.
Fair enough. Like I say, it was nothing but cordial. But I tend not to attack people unless they're very abusive to me. So that was why I assumed Jem had never been particularly aggressive with me. Maybe you were combative with him. Am I assuming incorrectly?
Well, being a flat earther at the time, it was definitely the temperature of the water was a little more hot. You know, definitely, because I was coming in trying to pick fights with everyone anyway, so I don't know what I would have said, but I'm sure I was on my best behavior because I was so keyed in to coming into this conversation and using conditional acceptances. Actually, if I went back and listened, like most of what I say, everything ends in a question. Everything is like I always
I do the same.
Made sure to be on my best behavior with the sense of what I understand about contracting. And that's why for Flat Earth, it was like, that's kind of initially what I was coming out, I felt like to do was the 4 doors, was learn how to negotiate all these offers. It's like I've said before, I'll give you a little bit of curvature at 120,000 feet. So long as you're going to let me have they'll boat everyone over the fucking curve at the beach.
Hey, Issa, I've got to ask you, you did a hangout, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and you had a guy on the call and he had a vocoder, so he changed his voice and made it deeper.
Jabiru.
Jabiru.
It's not a person,
You know
that's
what?
a planet.
I
It's the voice of God.
That was amazing. That was actually, like listening to you two, sounded like you're on a different dimension, for starters. And that was quite fascinating. What's his backstory? Does he always call in with that vocoder?
No, that's well, we've kind of it's such a, I don't know where to go with this right now.
Yeah, clearly just obviously Issa's not done his Jabiru homework and is just totally poorly researched on this. Jabiru's been coming for a very long time. Some of us have followed Jabiru. And we knew Jabiru would eventually come. So his arrival is no surprise to followers of Jabiru who knew that he would arrive, and many of us have been saying it for a long time.
I've been a zealous convert lately, so I really don't know enough. I should just.
Yes, you've just been pulled into.
I've been just advertising crazy because
you've got the gravitational pull of Jabiru.
Yes.
Now influencing you as well, Helena.
Jabiru, call in Jabiru. We are summoning Jabiru.
Oh yeah. Well, he's only around until the eclipse, and then he said he's not allowed out of the cage until the 23rd September.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. To me, he sounds like an artist.
No, Jimmy is shit. Like, you know, and that's what, like, one of the first people I met out here on the real was I went from Hillbilly to Jibby's channel one night, and we was fucking. He was on Moonshine, and then Snack and Hitch came in, and I think Cathexis at one point, or no, not Cathexis, but Snack and Hitch, maybe Cathexis, but they came in and grilled me like no tomorrow. Like, and it was just like, I don't know whether we were online, offline, or what, but they grilled me so hard about geoids, fucking, you name it, everything flat Earth, and they were just like, good, and they were like, okay, cool, and then fucking Snack was like, yo, he actually, I know Snack from high school. Like from a long time ago. So he then, after I went through the fucking getting my ass whooped, like, you know, and talking conditional, you know, just dealing with these guys, and then he revealed that he knew me, and I know Snack from real life. So it's like, you know, when that happened, I was like, holy shit! I pardon the term, but I gravitated toward Free Chan more so than, like, let's say with Antonio and the rest of everybody over there with the Potato Crew. And I know that at the time, it was like the Potato Crew all thought I was working with Free Chan to take fucking the Potato Crew out. It was that, like, I walked into, like, this, like, information war going on between these two intelligent camps. And I was like, wait, these guys are awesome. These guys are awesome. The fuck?
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing.
I was like, really? I was like, look, there's certain, and then I almost understood it. It's like there had to be, and it's happened over this last year. There's been like a sieve of good people that have been recognized on both sides, and that's just I think what needs to happen, and that's what I think is happening. And I think Timmy was right. Is that Timmy was right? Is that Flat Earth had become an echo chamber in a certain way, and I think what it's happening is that it's changing now. It's evolving, because I think in a sense it's only getting more people, because you cannot stop a thinking man from recognizing that he experiences the earth as flat, but yet the society he lives in that would have him ruin his life wants him to, or, you know, tells him it's a globe. And when you come into that recognition of thinking about the problem of wait a minute, these people that would have me go slave my life away, like, you know, would I believe them or myself over what I experience? And that is
you've got to know when you've had a really, really poignant moment and stop. The power of silence, Issa. This is something that you're going to get a lesson in right now. So you phrased it beautifully just a moment ago in terms of how we believe. How did you put it again? The thinking man. Do you say it again?
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. You can't stop the thinking man from recognizing this. You know, that this system that would have you freaking go slave and die and work and go to war. You know, all of their ideas, you know, go against everything that you experience in life. It's like every time you walk by somebody in the street that you know that's dying on the, like, I don't know, I'm in New York, so there's people on the block, and especially if I go uptown and shit, and if I go East New York, you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's fucking people on the streets right now. You know what I mean? Shit's fucked. And so this system's telling me to believe something. I gotta question it, man. And you can't stop a thinking man from questioning that.
Yeah.
And we experience this shit is flat, so I don't know.
I wonder how Timothy would respond to that, because it is more than the world being flat. It is the human condition. How, you know, globalism, the globalists. So asking questions about the true nature of reality, even if we are wrong, at least we're asking the questions.
Well,
at least,
how could it be?
We might be wrong.
How could it be bad? And the thing is that you can't. I guess the point I was making, actually, and thank you for bringing that up. Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate the kind words, man. Because, like, you know, it's like this thing that if we, as we are changing this conversation is going to get bigger and better, because you can't, as thinking men, get wind of this idea. It's inescapable, and that's why it's a Trojan horse meme. Because, and he's right, it is a Trojan horse meme. You know, that's why I just, you know, you could literally say to somebody, hey, don't trip over the flat earth right there. And just because you said flat earth, I think that's it's mimetics. You know, that's the idea of the penguin and the whole thing of Fepe. And like this idea that it's entering into this psyche, it's already here. It's flat earth is already in everyone. And so the idea is that now it just has to blossom. And that's why I say, where's your Kundalini lotus flower, man?
Oh no, we can't have too much love. It's not acceptable.
Well,
according to Timmy.
Well, but here's the thing too, is that look, when people get too lovey-dovey, I fucking cringe. Okay, I have a cringe. I cringe at any sign of affection sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm the worst. And I just so that's where I can understand the humor in all of this, because I get the recoiling from the. I mean, I don't know. It's something that I understand. I get it. And
what about mutual respect? Does that make you cringe?
Oh no, not at all. I mean, mutual respect is what I mean. No, of course, that's a beautiful thing.
No, I know what he's talking about. He's talking about like sappy shit.
Like I and that's for me. It's all of a sudden now I look like I'm a baller troll dick because I think it's funny that you talk to ghosts. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's my problem. It's like, you know, I'm such a cynic. Like I can't go full retard in that sense. Like, now granted, I believe some hippy dippy shit, but I don't talk about it. And I just, whenever people get into that, I'm like, like, you know, I was in the fourth dimension, and I mean, I just like, shut the fuck up, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you know, or like, you know, or better yet, like, really, it's like, you know, like anyone who says that they talk to God and shit, like, you know, God told me that no.
You know what I realized a long time ago, that like that kind of stuff is best kept to yourself. You know,
yeah, dude.
When you go to that special place, if it was that special, keep it to yourself. Once you try to convey it, false.
Well, you know, here's what the thing is. How about, you know, you just forgive me for rambling. I just feel like this is like, our biggest problem is that we can't relate because we suffer a story that never happened before in history. You suffering a story that's never happened before. You're the only one that's going to experience it, so therefore you are isolated and you cannot relate.
Yeah.
And this isolation, and the beautiful thing about this flat earth, if you will, is that it's an intrinsic idea that, like, I think that we use ideas like, you know, take music or something. It's like we're never going to share the same story, but we can relate with a universal, almost a meme. And because we can relate, we can express all of the pain that we feel in our isolation. And flat Earth is an exemplification of that. And I think it comes right at a time when we have a technology that allows us to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking beautiful. I mean, to me, it's literally, I think like of the Mayan thing, it's like half the world's going to live wonderfully, and then half the world's going to suffer in misery. And I think it'll be due to their acceptance of some of these concepts. Yeah, Mara, forgive me. Man.
Yeah, because without flat Earth, I'm thinking what kind of intellectual platform that could pull in so many different types of people. What other platform could do that? And I think Timothy is seeing the fine details of stuff. Sorry, he's seeing the fine line, but he's not seeing the details. I think that's where he's. I hope he's not angry at me for saying that. If he's hearing, or he's probably, I don't care what she says, whatever. But I think he sees the fine line around everything, doesn't see the details.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think, like, dude, Tim, like I said before, man, Tim is. I can hear it in his voice. I've heard it in his voice since day one. That's like my brother. And we actually, when we first got together, we both recognized that we wrestled in high school, right? So we immediately had like this, like wrestlers' respect for one another, and because of that, I've always had just this like a soft spot because the brother, I could see me and him like, well, okay, you want to wrestle about it, like, you know, or like, you know, let's I would love to submission wrestle with Timmy, you know what I mean, like try to choke him out, like, you know, and I'm sure he'd love to try to choke me out. You know what I mean? Seriously, because like that's the kind of level of I'm like that. I will say to somebody, do you want to fight about it? Like I just, you know what I mean? You want to throw hands? You know what I mean? I'm emotional, you're emotional. What? Let's do this. Like what? I got no problem or qualms or any of it. And I think that when that's the type of friend of mine, you know, that's the type of cat I see him as. So I just see him that way. That's why I understand he's not going to get along with, you know, sensitive types. So when I see him dealing with like, you know, somebody who has never wrestled or never done fucking physical anything, and they're emotional because they said, well, you would say that because you're a flat earther, and they're like, and they lose their fucking mind. It's so fucking hilarious to me. And the fact that the flat earth, and then because I laugh at the flat earthers, all of a sudden now I'm a baller. It's like, go fuck yourselves, man.
I just, you know, I don't see how he can deny like all this footage. You know, I never watched weather balloon footage.
I could hear him laughing just because you said that. All this footage.
And then you had a picture of
no maps. You got no footage. You got no pictures. And I was like, the picture was right behind him, like
so good.
whatever footage that was.
That was great. Yeah, that was good.
Like, hey, you guys have nothing. Flat horizon right on the screen.
Yeah, I like that. That was well played. But still, I don't know. I've always had, because I think, you know, it's like Khalil Gibran, like that idea that, you know, like even you're no better than the least of you. You know what I mean, Jed? You know, like even Khalil Gibran said, you know, the murdered may not be innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking huge, man. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and this idea of like, you know, that contemplation, man. And I think the biggest thing and I'll say it here, I love this idea of, it's like a Zen koan. You know, we live on an infinite plane contained by a celestial sphere. And I think that is just the koan of flat Earth for me.
Say that again?
We live yeah, right? It's a trip. We live on an infinite plane contained in a celestial sphere. It's like you can't reconcile it. And that's the thing, is that you can't reconcile this shit. This shit, I don't think we're allowed to. I think it's like, I know Jabiru was mad at me the other day because I was saying I don't think we can figure it out. I don't think we have the authority to do it. I don't think we have.
Yeah, I heard you say that, and
yeah,
that with me.
Yeah,
and I love the way you say.
What's up?
I love the way you say as well. It's like a conundrum. It seems like a ball, yet it seems flat. It's like a conundrum. And when you said that that made a lot of sense too. It's almost like a mystery we're not supposed to know. But then you listen to what those Newtonian people, scientists like Timothy and a few others, they know. They know. They know the mysteries of the world. They know the mysteries of the universe. They will tell you they know. And if you don't know what they know, you're an idiot. And I think that's the heart of ignorance. No matter how much science they think they're bringing to the table, their certainty is probably what makes them feel very comfortable. That's their cognitive dissonance. It's that certainty that I can't consolidate.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have to feel like they know shit, and they can't deal with the not knowing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it scares the shit out of all of us. I mean, like, yo, actually, just thinking of like real. It's like I think of Nathan right now. It's like, yo, my brother. You know, you got a family right now. Talk about not knowing what the fuck's going on in the world, right? I mean, like, I'd imagine that's the scariest fucking thing. I'd be terrified.
A little bit. I'm more worried that she'll fall out of a window or something.
Well, any of it though. Yeah. Just the whole idea that you have I've heard it put well. It's like your heart running around. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like your heart running around.
Well put.
And yeah, and I'm not a parent, but at the same time, I got loved ones, and I can only imagine that. And that's that unknown. That what tells you is like, that's divine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the reality is less so. You just want a little.
I feel you. Well, yeah, I look at you doing holy work, man. It's not fun, maybe, but it's holy.
No, it is good fun.
Yeah,
but yeah, you do want a little sod to go to sleep.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. But that thing, that conundrum, that not being able to like, that's like I've said before. Even speaking of this notion, is that I look at like the way. What they've done is that because they know that psychologically people have to know for their psyche to be intact, what they've done, I think, is it's like when a parent looks at their child or something, and like, let's say times aren't of the best time, you know what I mean, and everything's going down, and the parent and the kid's like, what's going on? The parent, no matter how shitty it is going to look to the kid and say, everything's going to be okay.
No, I don't know. Loads of parents would look to their kid and say, "This is all your fault."
Oh yeah, I know you. And I'll tell you what, the honorable parent, you know what I mean, like the loving parent that like would look to their kid and say, "Hey, everything is going to be okay. We're going to get through this." And the point is,
what's the kid in the Christmas Carol?
Oh, I forget.
Timmy, everything's going to be okay, Timmy. We'll get that coal.
Well, yeah, and that's it. Everything's going to be okay, and that's what they've done with everything's going to be okay. The sun's just 93 million miles away. We went to the moon.
We're going to get microchipped.
We got a rover on Mars. Don't worry about it. That's what I think they've done. They're like, don't sweat it.
Go to work, Timmy. Go to work.
Yeah,
go to work.
Like, might be an asteroid though, so we'll let you know. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I feel like, and that's why critical thinking always put it well. The other morning or whenever it was. Fuck, what did you say? I can't remember my point now. Forgive me, guys. Damn it! I was trying to think. Forgive me, guys. I lost my point. What's he saying?
It's all right. Snacks in the chat talking about 80s commercials, saying they've got lots of globe programming in them. I said, we were talking about subliminal messages in 80s ads earlier. I was mentioning about the little sheep that we've got that plays tunes, and it plays a theme tune that was a KFC advert theme in the 80s. So ooh. I think to work subliminally on me to make me want to go and buy chicken.
Yeah, or because they own Flat Earth.
Ooh,
KFC. And you know what? Some of us.
Yeah, flatearth.com. Flatearth.com.
Oh, that's right, the KFC. But some of us are dreamers.
Isn't that crazy, Nathan?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you? Wow, yo, dude, yeah.
KFC own flatearth.com.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow.
Isn't that fucking crazy? Right? That's a synchronicity. That's the thing where I'm just like, yo, alhamdulillah, Rahman Rahim. That's interesting.
Kentucky Fried Chicken owns flatearth.com.
Well, KFC, because you know they can't be Kentucky Fried Chicken. I heard. I don't know if that's legit.
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
but-
Where did you find
That's
this
what
out?
they changed.
I think it was actually maybe I don't know where I may have gotten it from.
I heard IPS say it. I heard it from IPS, and I think I looked it up.
Very
and
questionable
It was
then.
correct.
You know, the KFC logo was designed to appeal to Asians and white people and Caucasian. If you look at it, it's a combination of Asian, like the way his eyes are squinted. And back when it came out, it was popularized over there, overseas. That I didn't know until I looked. I was like, holy shit! It does go both ways. Like an Asian person look at it and see an Asian, whatever his name is, Colonel Sanders.
Actually, yeah, because he looks like that Chinese philosopher. What's his name?
Confucius.
Confucius. He's got a bit of a Confucius feel about him.
Exactly. Speaking of 80s propaganda, I was thinking of Shibiru brought up a good point that they had this thing in Star Trek, right? In Star Trek, it was like this. What do you call it? The Kobayashi Maru. It was like a test that you had to go through. All the captains had to go through. This is what he was telling me, and I just thought it interesting. He goes,
Oh, that's right. You can't win no matter what. You can't
nobody can, right? Nobody can win. You can't win, and the only way that Captain Kirk won was by cheating. And it made me think of like the moon landing. You know, like the idea that you can't know the shape of the Earth. Like we can map it on a globe, and predict all kinds of shit. But at the same time, like, you know, we can't experience flat Earth, let's say, or the shape of the Earth. So they faked it and went to the moon. That's the only way you could win.
Yeah, it's. Sometimes I think they don't even really know what it is, but they've had to bluff it. But they will never admit that they don't actually know either.
Right. Let's see.
Guys, I'm going to leave you to it. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you for having me.
No problem, Nathan.
Thanks, Nathan.
Oh, good talking to you, brother.
See you soon.
Yeah, man.
Take it easy.
Forgive me if I took it over. You should.
Love
I like
to
it when
you
you
and
hang
your
out, man. Shoot.
It's good to chat to you. It's nice to hang out. I wouldn't normally, but I've got no main equipment, so I'm just doing on the iPad, so it's like easy chit chat. But yeah, thank you very much for having me. See you all soon.
All right, Nathan. Take care, man.
See you, Nathan. Take it easy.